1991, newly qualified nurse Beverley Allitt murdered 4 children at Grantham and District Hospital. In a case unheard of in the UK, she purposely set about attacking those in her care. Her reign of terror left families torn apart by the deaths and numerous other children seriously injured, making this a crime that shook Britain.
Many of the youngsters who survived her attacks at Grantham Hospital were left severely mentally and physically handicapped.
For someone to be arrested for a murder is quite horrendous, but it was absolutely nothing to her. No emotion whatsoever, no fear, no anxiety, nothing.
One thing to say, and that's I want to know how she got the job in the first place.
She should never have worked in that hospital, never.
Beverley Allitt was left alone with her for a few minutes and called out that the child was blue, cynosed and had stopped breathing.
Alarm over what was happening in the children's ward at Grantham Hospital surfaced in spring 1991. The sudden death of 7-week-old Liam Taylor was the first in a series of suspicious deaths or mysterious collapses.
Beverley Allitt hurt these children in order to gain some kudos, something for herself.
She becomes Britain's most prolific female serial killer this century.
I believe she is nothing but a cold-blooded murderer.
Beverley Allitt was employed for her role to care and protect. She did the exact opposite. Behind the facade of her nursing duties, she set about callously killing those who couldn't protect themselves. Child after child was collapsing on the ward. Her colleagues and the families were unaware they had a cold-hearted killer amongst them.
She got the job on the children's ward because they were grossly understaffed. Many of the parents in those early days spoke quite highly of her, so much so that the Phillips family made Beverley Allitt godmother to one of the twins. Somebody that worked hard on the ward, was always keen to volunteer, would change shifts at the drop of a hat, and were friendly towards parents.
The crimes committed by Beverley Allitt will be told through the eyes of those closest to the tragedy. Ward 4, Grantham and District Hospital. 5-month-old Paul Crampton has been on the ward for 3 days, having been admitted with a bad chest.
The doctor had asked for him to be admitted to the hospital just to keep an eye on him, really. And I think they described him at the time as a happy wheezer, so he clearly had a chest infection. And whilst we were concerned that he was in hospital, we weren't really worried. It seemed to us quite precautionary. He seemed quite happy, and clearly that was the right place to ensure that this chest infection didn't become any more serious.
Paul Crampton was admitted under Dr. Porter with what was considered to be a respiratory illness called bronchiolitis. He was on regular treatment for his breathing difficulties, but he wasn't ill, and he was getting better. Parents were happy. I felt that he could be discharged home sooner rather than later.
But as Paul is given his routine drug treatment, nurses notice a change in his condition.
We'd been home for a few hours. We were going back to Grantham Hospital on the Saturday evening to see him. When I got back to the hospital, I walked into a scene of quite horrendous, really. Paul was clearly in some distress. And when I walked in, they said that Paul had taken a turn for the worst. The doctor had been called and was on his way.
When I came to see Paul Crampton, I found him to be very ill with what we call circulatory shock. He was clammy, he was breathing short and fast.
Paul's condition rapidly deteriorates. Doctors are astounded by his decline and quickly battle to save him.
He needed immediate intravenous fluid and checking his blood for suspicions of low sugar and any other possible infection. With difficulty, I managed to inside the drip. By that time, some of the results from the laboratory came back to say that he had significant low sugar. Fortunately, I had given the right fluid and he recovered fairly quickly.
For Dr. Naniokara, Paul's sudden decline sticks in his mind. Over the past few weeks, Ward 4 has been prone to a number of unusual occurrences. It all started just over 5 weeks ago with the unexplained death of a 7-week-old baby, Liam Taylor.
He was taken into hospital because he got bronchiolitis, he got a winter cold, if you like. The parents, thinking that he's in safe hands, decide that they'll go home and have a bite to eat. And when they arrive back, they're quite distressed to see their child naked, blue, and obviously having difficulty in breathing. During the course of that evening, the child recovers, and by the next day is quite well again. The next night, Beverley Allitt is given the job of specialing. Now, what specialing is one-to-one nursing. And she's given the role of looking after Liam. The mother, who's quite drained by this time, goes to bed, has a fairly early night. Father looks in at the child at about midnight. Dad notes that the oxygen level in the blood is 99%, which is almost perfect. At about 3:15 in the morning, nursing staff wake him to tell him that the child's relapsed. The doctor speaks to him, tells him that the child has effectively died and had stopped breathing for an hour and 15 minutes, but they'd managed to resuscitate. The child was being kept alive by ventilation, and during the course of that morning, Mum and Dad talked between themselves and eventually asked the doctors to withdraw life support on the child, and the child sadly died in their arms that day.
When I found that the cause of death was what was described as massive heart attack, I just couldn't believe it.
Liam's death concerned Dr. Naniokara so much, he went to the lengths of requesting a second opinion.
I kept asking myself, did I miss it? Did I miss this diagnosis? But looking back even at that time, on reflection, I did not have any evidence to suggest that he died of a heart attack the way pathologist had described. I did write saying that I cannot accept this cause of death given, and therefore could they please consider carrying out a second post-mortem to confirm or change the diagnosis they had come up with. My requests were completely rejected.
Liam's decline came just 2 days after a new nurse joined the ward, Beverley Allitt.
She had recently qualified as a nurse with one of the lesser nursing qualifications.
I believe she came initially as a trainee nurse, and subsequently she was appointed as what you call a sick children's nurse.
There were no other applicants. I think what they were really looking for on Ward 4 were experienced children's nurses, but there was a shortage and they couldn't get them. So Beverley Allitt was taken on, if you like, as second best.
She helped other nurses in providing nursing care for children who came under our care.
Many of the parents in those early days spoke quite highly of her.
Now, since Liam's death, a general sense of unease has begun to spread amongst some staff. Just 2 weeks after Liam, another boy, 11-year-old Timothy Hardwick, dies suddenly in their care. Then, days later, a baby girl, Kaylee Desmond, collapses. Their rapid decline left the medical staff puzzled. And now, doctors are fighting to save another baby, Paul Crampton. Paul's condition has improved overnight. His drip is removed and he appears visibly better. But this doesn't last for long.
The second attack that Paul had was on Sunday the 24th, and I recall it coincided with them removing the drip.
He was quite shut down, and I had significant difficulties getting a drip into a vein.
Once again, Paul has declined rapidly. Doctors are confused by his illness.
Grey, clammy, cold, lethargic, clear in distress, And this time he took longer to recover. And I was becoming extremely frustrated by the fact that I couldn't gather information, and quite clearly the hospital staff were not able to tell me why Paul was having these attacks.
Doctors now fight to save the 5-month-old boy. Eventually he stabilises, but isn't out of the woods.
This time he took longer time, few hours, before he recovered. Again, the blood tests revealed low sugar, and we had corrected the low sugar with extra glucose.
Paul is stabilised for a second time, but doctors demand more tests to find the root of the problem. Meanwhile, Beverley Allitt goes off duty for 3 days, and Paul recovers.
When I came back that evening, I found, to my somewhat amazement, that Paul still remained in the ward. I then found that he remained in the ward for next few days, and when I asked my colleague, he felt that as he was stable with discussions of the regional centre, that they were happy for him to be kept at Grantham under his care.
A new day on the ward. Beverley Allitt is back on duty. Routine starts with the usual admissions and checks. Doctors haven't had any more incidents over the last 3 days, but the recent spate is keeping them on edge. Paul Crampton's blood test results will arrive any day, and as he waits, Dr. Nanyakara searches for other explanations.
We had our weekly teaching round, and we actually discussed Paul Crampton as to the possible causes of recurrent low sugar episodes in infants like Paul.
As Dr. Nanyakara takes his class, Paul's parents sit by his bedside. Since the weekend, he has been making steady progress.
After the second attack, Paul obviously was going to remain in hospital. We had no idea, and it was never discussed how long. It was only discussed that there were going to be a series of tests which hopefully were going to establish why Paul had suffered 2 hypoglycemic attacks. Regular tests of his blood were being carried out to check the sugar level. So really, for a few days, we were living by these regular blood tests to see his blood sugar was okay. And of course, once it was okay, there was quite a relief, and then you waited for the next test.
But as Dr. Nanyakara's class gets into full swing, the calm is about to be broken.
We got a call from the nurses saying that Paul had collapsed again, and we had to abandon the meeting, and Dr. Porter then rushed to Paul.
Panic strikes Grantham Hospital. Over the last few weeks, children have died suddenly or fallen extremely ill. The staff have no answers for their rapid decline. Paul Crampton, originally brought in for a chest complaint, has been on the brink of death twice. Now, when doctors believe he's just pulling through, Paul stops breathing again. Beverley Allitt has just returned after 3 days off.
I said to the staff, I'm going to the hospital canteen to get some food, I'll be back shortly. I walked back to find Paul having another hypoglycemic attack.
He saw that his son was blue, was twitching, and was quite clearly in yet another attack.
Called the staff, who came and administered treatment to Paul.
And Dr. Porter then rushed to Paul. He then stabilized the child and made arrangements for him to be transferred to Queen's Medical Centre as a matter of emergency.
Since Paul's admission to the ward, Beverley Allitt has been assigned to give him special care. Now, with their son gravely ill, Paul's parents are relieved when Allitt accompanies them to the other hospital.
Kath went with him as emergency admission to Queen's Medical Centre, and Nurse Beverley Allitt offered or volunteered to go with Kath. She attended in the ambulance with Kath as it rushed off to Queen's Medical Centre.
As Paul Crampton leaves Grantham, the consultants are in a state of disbelief. Patients are collapsing and they have no clear reasons. Dr. Porter has taken another sample from Paul. With 3 near-death experiences, his blood tests must draw some conclusions. Now, despite the collapses, they try to return to normality. But this is soon broken. In the following days, 2 more boys collapse. 5-year-old Bradley Gibson stops breathing after a drip is attached for antibiotics. Then, 2-year-old Yik Hung Chan suddenly convulses after being left alone with a nurse. Remarkably, they are revived and transferred to another hospital.
So it was complete demoralized, depressed state of affairs. In spite of all these continuing activities that were going on, we carried on our work. We offered our very best to those who were in need, who came under our care.
Nurses are now also checking medical records for clues. In the meantime, twin girls Becky and Katie Phillips are admitted. Beverley Allitt is on duty again.
Where both twins were in the hospital under my care with what was considered as a non-specific illness. On inquiry, I found that Becky was discharged home that morning.
Allitt was seen in her room prior to her release, and at about 4:30 in the afternoon, the parents are allowed to take the child home. Within a couple of hours or so, the child becomes grisly, and the GP's called. Mum and Dad dash with the child to Grantham Hospital, where Becky's pronounced dead on arrival.
Becky Phillips has lost her fight for life, and her twin sister Katie is now gravely ill after coming into the ward as a precaution. As doctors now fight to save Katie Phillips, a 6-year-old boy, Michael Davidson, plays down the road with a friend.
I mean, he was round at a friend's house with an adult friend of ours, and the adult was messing about with an air rifle in the friend's house, not knowing that it was loaded. As he was playing around with it, it went off, and the pellet ricocheted around the room and entered into Michael's chest cavity.
Michael is rushed to Grantham Hospital, operated on and taken to Ward 4. His injuries are serious but not life-threatening.
It was thought at the time that there would be no damage and that it was just a matter of removing the pellet.
Surgeons had taken him to the theatre, removed the pellets, and after recovery from the anesthesia, was transferred for further recovery to the paediatrics ward.
As Michael makes a steady recovery, Beverley Allitt becomes one of the nurses taking care of him.
Then we were assured that everything was fine and perfectly normal, and that he would, very rapidly recovery, because it was only a very minor operation.
But 2 days after Michael's admittance, horror strikes.
Suddenly Faye got a phone call to say, "Get up here straight away, Michael's in trouble," and asked for an explanation, and said, well, he's blacked out and he was arching his back and just collapsed on the bed.
During the course of his treatment, he'd been injected about 6 times with a particular sort of drug, and on the 7th occasion, when he was being injected with it, he cyanosed, went blue and stopped breathing.
Doctors fight to save his life. Meanwhile, Beverley Allitt continues her duties, having just prepared Michael's antibiotics for his latest injection.
Michael had a cannula in his left hand since the day before and had had several injections through it and been perfectly calm. So why would he suddenly have an anaphylactic shock at a needle on the second day, being put into a cannula, not stuck into him?
I found he was shaking, making unusual jerky movements of his limbs. He was breathing hard and heavy. His heartbeat was dropping and virtually dropping to almost zero. I then called for extra help, gave first aid measures, provided oxygen, but within few minutes he recovered and became stabilized.
As Michael lies very poorly at Grantham, Paul Crampton is now making a quick recovery at another hospital.
And I remember asking to see the consultant that was responsible for Paul's case, and he said, "You can take Paul home." And I said, "Well, how can we take Paul home then? Because, we don't know why he was ill in the first place." In the end, I did take him home, quite late one evening, without any real answers.
As Paul leaves hospital, against all odds, Michael also pulls through. The reason for their collapses remains a mystery. In the space of 7 weeks, 8 children have suspiciously collapsed on Ward 4. Some now lie dead, and the consultants have no medical explanation. Now, since Michael's decline, 3 more boys have suspiciously collapsed. All had been admitted with minor complaints, but were shortly found on the brink of death. Somehow, they are saved by staff again. The doctors are now in a race against time. Is there a common thread? A vital clue to the mystery is about to unfold. The results from Paul Crampton's blood finally arrive.
Dr. Porter had received the results of Paul Crampton to suggest that he had very high insulin levels in his blood in some of the samples. We had a meeting, myself, Dr. Porter and Mrs. Moira Onions, to discuss our continuing growing concerns about these collapses, which were unexplained and unexpected. So we did sit down and put our thoughts together and collated whatever information was available.
As the doctors hold an urgent meeting, a 15-month-old little girl, Claire Peck, is admitted to Ward 4.
She came in with no more than an asthmatic attack. She'd been in hospital the week before. On this particular occasion, she didn't respond to the usual treatment. So it was decided that she would be taken down to the treatment room.
Claire's condition is deteriorating rapidly. As preparations are made, Beverley Allitt is left watching her.
Beverley Allitt was left alone with her for a few minutes and called out that the child was blue, cyanosed and had stopped breathing.
Ward 4 at Grantham and District Hospital is in a crisis. Over the last few weeks, too many children have been falling gravely ill, for no reason. And now, as the doctors call an urgent meeting to get to the root of the problem, another baby collapses.
Beverley Allitt was left alone with her for a few minutes and called out that the child was blue, cyanosed and had stopped breathing. One of the other nurses worked on her and managed to recover the child.
Staff managed to bring the baby girl round, but their efforts are short-lived. As Dr. Porter leaves to talk to the parents, Beverley Allitt is left to care for the baby once more.
And he's astounded when within minutes the shout goes up that this little girl stopped breathing again. So he goes back and he works on the little girl for some considerable time. And to quote his words, he said to me, "It felt as if there was something preventing me saving the life of the child."
Later in the evening, I heard from Dr. Porter that Claire Peck, who actually was under my care previously for recurrent episodes of asthma, had been admitted that evening under his care and unfortunately had died within few hours of admission.
The number of unexplained deaths has now risen to 4. 9 other children have also collapsed in a matter of weeks. Doctors' concerns are now turning to suspicion. Dr. Porter draws up a list of the casualties to find any similarities. Blood and fluids have now been taken to try and find a cause. And as they wait for results, Dr. Nanyakara writes an urgent letter to management spelling out their concerns.
I wrote a letter on the 22nd to hospital management expressing our serious concerns and anxieties about series of collapses that were going on, and also mentioning about the result which Dr. Porter had found of Paul Crampton's abnormal blood result.
As staff wait for a response to Dr. Nanyakara's letter, it now comes to light a vital key on the ward is also missing.
3 days before the Liam Taylor death, the key to the fridge on Ward 4 in the children's ward had gone missing. The last person to have had it was Beverley Allitt. Now, the significance of this key is that it opens the fridge where the insulin's kept. When she was asked about it, she said that she'd given it to another nurse, but she couldn't remember who. And despite that, no internal inquiry was ever conducted.
Paul Crampton's blood has massive levels of a drug that shouldn't have been administered. Doctors are baffled by the results. A key to the drugs cabinet is missing, and the vital letter written for management has only just been received, more than a week late. The devastating facts make for a shocking read. The hospital now decide to involve the police.
I got called to Grantham Hospital to speak to some senior managers and doctors. It was apparent that we were dealing with something major, with a large number of events which needed urgent attention, urgent action. We had to move quickly because these incidents were still ongoing.
Now, at that meeting, there were the two local paediatricians, Porter and Nanyakara, who were almost diametrically opposed to each other. Porter was saying that he felt that there were 13 or 14 children on that ward whose collapses were unexplained. And Nanyakara, on the other hand, took the opposite view, that although they were unexplained, they were probably due to natural causes. However, they did agree that one particular child, a child called Paul Crampton, could not be very easily explained. In those early stages, nobody knew who was responsible, nobody really knew what had happened. You sit in a meeting like that wondering how you're going to cope with this, because there's obviously going to be a need to trawl through many medical records and have some understanding of medicine and procedures. And in those early stages, I suppose it's fair to say that there is an element of fear in when you realise what it is that you're going to take on.
Detective Superintendent Clifton needs a medical expert to study each case. Officers have to see if there are grounds to dig deeper. Have these children been murdered? The findings come as a surprise to some.
David Hull was asked by me to be my expert, to look at the case files of the children and to provide for me a report which would either suggest that a crime had been committed or that these collapses were something that was a natural occurrence. But his report into the 13 cases that he'd looked at suggested that of the 13, 10 were natural causes, 2 others were unexplained and worthy of further investigation, but would probably be down to natural causes. And 1 child, there was no clinical explanation and was worthy of further investigations.
That 1 child is Paul Crampton, now safe and well at home. But his blood test could hold the key to unravelling the deaths on Ward 4.
There were over 40,000 milliunits per litre of insulin in this child's blood, and in fact I think it's the second highest ever recorded in the world, or it certainly was in 1991.
The police officer from Grantham Police Station came into my office with a lady, and he said that she was a representative of Grantham Hospital, and then he told me that he had reason to believe that Paul's illness was a result of the maladministration of drugs. And I remember precisely what I said. That would explain a lot, wouldn't it?
So for the very first time, now this is 10 or 12 days into the inquiry, we have some evidence that somebody has poisoned one of the children using insulin. Fortunately, the doctor who admitted Becky took blood. And again, we managed to trace that blood and have it examined. And that was found to contain almost 10,000 milliunits per litre of insulin. So here was a second child that we could actually show had been poisoned with insulin.
Blood samples are now showing massive levels of insulin. Have some of the children been poisoned? This is now a major investigation. Everyone involved is questioned.
My role at the time was to go with other officers to Ward 4 at Grantham Hospital to speak to nurses, doctors, parents of the children at the hospital, anyone really, because we were in the process at that stage of gathering as much information as we could to try and establish what had happened and if indeed any criminal offences had occurred.
At the same time, one of the PCs working within the incident room was plotting who was on duty or who was available on the ward at the time of each of these collapses.
An event, who the patient was, what date the event occurred on, who was the nurse involved in any treatment, were any injections given, and if so, by whom. And as a consequence of that, it became apparent that one nurse stuck out as being there when these incidents either occurred or immediately that the child collapsed.
Okay.
4 children have died and 9 collapsed on Ward 4. It all started 10 weeks ago. What began as unavoidable tragedies have now turned into something much more sinister. Police have been in a race against time. After weeks of detective work, they now have their culprit.
The turning point and the shock of the news that the cause of some of the collapses was someone had been harming children became apparent around 4 weeks or 5 weeks later, when the police felt that insulin had been administered to Paul Crampton, very likely by one of the nurses in the ward. And that was a great shock.
My first reaction was a bit of relief because, I was frightened that we'd got a son that had got a medical problem. That was something that was going to affect the rest of his life. Of course, then there's another problem to deal with, that you now realise someone's been trying to harm your child.
Strangely, as police investigate Ward 4, the attacks stop. And after a few weeks, all the evidence leads to one person.
The chart showed that on every occasion that there was a child collapsing, Allitt was on duty.
It didn't specifically identify individual children that she dealt with, but it just showed what happened on the dates and times that she was involved in holding the fridge key, for instance.
So 3 weeks into the inquiry, I decided that I would have Beverley Allitt arrested.
As 23-year-old Beverley Allitt becomes the main suspect, she shows little emotion. 4 children now lie dead and a further 9 seriously injured.
She showed no emotion whatsoever. She certainly didn't appear to be worried, nervous, anxious, agitated, nothing. She gave absolutely nothing away in the course of the interviews and gave me nothing at that stage to suspect that she'd committed any of these offences.
During those 2 days of interviews, she answered questions but distanced herself from the events, often saying, I wasn't there then, I wasn't even on duty when that one happened.
Beverley Allitt's arrest is greeted with mixed emotion. To some parents and staff, she appears to be the model nurse. But police are piecing together another side to this mild-mannered carer. For Stuart Clifton and his team, the evidence is mounting. The finger points to her. They just have to prove it.
The twin sister of Becky Phillips suffered squeeze injuries, had broken ribs that had been missed by the local radiographers, but Philip Small, the consultant radiographer at Queen's, managed to pick it up. Another child, Kaylee Desmond, air had been injected under the arm, which showed on one of the x-rays, which was picked up. So there were a variety of things that were being done to these children.
As the case against Allitt gathers pace, police search the family home and find some telling clues.
There was a hypodermic syringe, there was a hospital pillowcase, and there was a children's exercise book with the words allocations book on the outside. I think it's fair to say that at the time of the arrest, none of us realised the significance of this particular book.
But despite these signs, police have to release Allitt without charge. She can no longer work at the hospital, but is free.
When we looked at this allocations book, what it actually was a rough notebook that was kept by the ward sister. And in it, she wrote down the children who needed care or special care and the nurse that was allocated their care.
She was either attending to, injecting, finding the collapse of the incident with the child concerned. It was basically impossible for it to be anybody else.
The details in this book could now be a vital part of the investigation, and other evidence of samples and x-rays are now coming to the fore. Police are in a race against time. They must build a strong case against Allitt before she strikes again.
We think by this time that we're building quite a reasonable case against Beverley Allitt, except you have to remember that we've still got David Hull's initial report that says that of the kids that he's looked at, 10 of them at least are natural causes and probably some of the others as well. He agreed to take away all of the evidence that we collected in statement form and compare it with the medical notes, the doctors and nursing notes, and re-examine and come up with a new conclusion about the collapse of the children. And that had some difficulties in the sense that we were still collecting bits of evidence, so he was being bombarded with bits as we went along. And it wasn't until November of 1991, some 5 months or so later, that he was in a position to say that each and every one of these collapses is unnatural.
Months of frustration for the police finally end with a result. 6 months on, Beverley Allitt is arrested once more, never to step out of custody again.
That arrest was peculiar in the sense that she was charged, went to the cell, immediately fell asleep and had to be woken the next morning, which I found rather astonishing for somebody that was going to face some horrendous charges in court the following day.
It was absolutely nothing to her, no emotion whatsoever, no fear, no anxiety, nothing. One of the times that she was at the police station, I actually went and saw her in the cell, and she'd lifted her top because she'd lost quite a lot of weight, and she was sort of saying, "Oh, I've lost weight, do you think I look better?" and all this, as if we were long-lost friends.
And elements of Beverley Allitt's true nature and personality now start to filter through.
And her medical background, even going back to the days of school, were of a child that came with plasters and bandages and slings and things that normal kids just wouldn't. She complained that she couldn't pass water, and she was admitted to the hospital at Peterborough. It was clear that she had urine retention and that she had a temperature. What concerned the staff at Peterborough Hospital was that her pulse didn't rise when she had a temperature. And eventually they concluded that what she was actually doing was warming up the thermometer. When she complained of pain in the breasts, they examined her quite closely and found needle tracks and concluded that she was actually injecting her own breasts with water. While she'd been on police bail, she'd been living with a family called Jobson down at Peterborough. And Beverley struck up quite a nice relationship with Jonathan Jobson. One particular day they were going off to the market, and before they went, Beverley made Jonathan a drink of squash. When he got to market, he complained of feeling quite ill and collapsed. He was taken into Peterborough Hospital, where it was concluded that he had a high insulin count. There's a whole host of lies and manipulation of people.
Beverley Allitt's trial is long and complicated. Eventually, after months of evidence, she is charged with 4 counts of murder and 9 attempted murders for attacking the children on Ward 4. She is given 13 life sentences and shows no emotion and no remorse.
I saw her at Rampton Hospital about 3 or 4 weeks after her transfer there. At that time she made admissions in respect to 9 of the 13 that she'd been convicted of. She wouldn't admit that she'd been involved in any way with the 2 Phillips children, but undoubtedly she was. Some of them will never know precisely what she did.
This admission of guilt is a small window into Allitt's psyche, but she was never to speak of the attacks again.
I don't want to talk about it.
Why she opened up, we will never know. And as for the motive...
Post-conviction, there were reports from a number of people that suggested that she was suffering from Munchausen syndrome. Now, Munchausen syndrome is a syndrome where people like to get attention. In other words, they're attention seekers and they'll do anything to gain attention. When it moves on and you cause injury to somebody so that you get attention as the carer, it becomes Munchausen syndrome by proxy.
I think it is very unfair for anyone to label her as suffering from Munchausen syndrome, because that virtually minimizes her horrendous criminal actions she carried out as criminal who is cold-blooded, calculating, deceptive, manipulative, and deadly.
Beverley Allitt's case was the first in the UK where a nurse was linked to killing due to Munchausen's by proxy. Whether this is partly the reason, the fallout from this horrific crime is clear. Shortly after news broke, the hospital, its staff and patients became victims of the fallout. Ward 4 was quickly closed, facilities moved to a nearby hospital, and the two main consultants made redundant.
When they found that Beverley Allitt could be charged with these allegations, they wanted to hand over the paediatric services to Queen's Medical Centre.
They closed down Ward 4 at the hospital and removed all the services to Nottingham. I think that was an overreaction, but that was the decision of the regional medical authorities. I think it did a disservice to the people of Grantham.
The Clothier report shortly followed. An inquiry into how and why this tragedy occurred and whether it could have been prevented.
We did not and could not believe that we could have a criminal amongst us, masquerading as a healthcare professional. So my message is, think of the unthinkable. He made about 7 or 8 recommendations out of the total 13 recommendations on recruitment and selection process of nursing. I sincerely believe it should not only apply to nurses, it should apply to all healthcare professionals.
Within this inquiry, the reason that people were never sure whether there were crimes committed was because all of the notes that were made up, and there were countless. There were nursing notes, there were doctors' notes, there were notes from physiotherapists and what have you, were always based on what Beverley Allitt told them.
Beverley Allitt callously murdered those who needed her care. Sadly, 4 children needlessly lost their lives. The 9 who survived have thankfully recovered. Paul Crampton and Michael Davidson had no lasting side effects. Allitt felt no remorse or shame for her victims and thrived on the attention of those who trusted her the most, parents and colleagues. She played them so well, they never suspected her sinister intentions, which begs the question, could this happen again?
All you can hope to do is to identify the people that have the potential for doing this sort of thing.
In various guises, there are Beverley Allitts all over the place. There needs to be much more rigid vetting procedures of staff entering into the service, and much more rigorous and careful monitoring of staff who are actually on the job. I accept that isn't going to stop every case. You're never ever going to do that if somebody is determined enough to ever try at it. But at least every one case that is prevented is one case that we can be thankful for.
If we remove Beverley Allitt from the picture and consider this to be some new bug, some new superbug, some kind of faulty drug, a batch of drugs that have been badly prepared, the results would have been the same. It's about the hospital's ability to deal with the developing crisis. And The well-meaning medical staff were not prepared to deal with that. That wasn't part of their training. They deal with ill people, not a pattern of unusual circumstances, which in this case was caused by Beverley Allitt.
I was satisfied that Miss Allitt would be convicted on the basis of the evidence. The fact that she still remains in prison, I think, is fair.
She has committed atrocious crimes on most vulnerable and helpless children. I believe she is nothing but a cold-blooded murderer. I sincerely hope and wish that I know any health professional will ever come across anybody like Beverley Allitt ever in their life.
And there's one thing I am very certain of, is Beverley Allitt should never be free.
August 19th, 1987. A lone gunman, Michael Ryan, took to the streets of Hungerford in Berkshire with an armoury of weapons. In the space of 1 hour, he fired over 119 shots, killing 16 people and injuring a further 15. That one man's actions changed the lives of the people at the centre of the killing spree. His devastation to their lives took less than an hour and stayed with them for a lifetime. It was a crime that changed Britain.
I could hear gunfire, and that's not, that's quite usual around here, but I knew it was the wrong type of gunfire. I knew something was wrong.
Among those killed were passers-by and a policeman who tried to reason with him.
Just said to Mum, "Oh my God, I've been shot," to which her response was, "Don't be stupid." And with that, he just opened fire on Mum's side of the car.
Many people knew the gunman, a local man in his mid-20s who collected weapons.
It's somebody that's been living within the community and somebody that would certainly have known quite a lot of his victims by sight, if not by name.
Ambulance crews had come under fire as they attempted to tend for the wounded.
You have people saying, my daughter or my son's up there and why aren't you doing anything? And people were shouting at you, but you couldn't actually put the crews at risk.
A heavily armed man walking through this quiet country town, shooting people apparently at random.
It's just going to alter everybody's perspective of life, full stop.
Michael Ryan was a 27-year-old who lived with his mum in Hungerford. His father had passed away 2 years previously. Ryan was a quiet man who kept himself to himself. He shunned socialising, instead dedicating time to his one passion, guns, spending hours down at the shooting range.
He'd never come to police notice, he wasn't known to us, and he wasn't known, in all fairness, to many people in Hungerford.
I know he had lots of different jobs and things, because my grandmother, who lived in the same road, used to gossip about everybody that lived in the street, and that was sort of coming across in conversation, that things that his mother had said about him, but nothing at all to indicate anything sort of sinister really was going on.
And I don't think anybody could sort of quite believe that it was Michael Ryan, because a lot of the other people injured did come from Southview and they were his neighbours.
In the ambulance service, we took his father to the day centre on a regular basis. And the only time that I actually came across Michael Ryan was when we used to take him home. And sometimes he used to be sort of standing in the doorway.
You'd only see him if he was walking his dog or he was doing something for his mum's car, and that was it. Never see him any other time.
This film will tell the story of the Hungerford Massacre through the eyewitness accounts of 4 people at the centre of the tragedy. Alison Chapman was a 16-year-old living in the next road up from Michael Ryan. A resident in Hungerford all her life, she knew the area well. Alison was getting ready to return to work after having lunch at home with her mum.
Yeah, well, it was a sunny day in August, school holidays. I just finished school because I was 16 at the time. I'd come back from work in the morning and I was just at home with Mum. We were having lunch.
What time do you finish today?
Not late, I hope.
Carl Harris was a 21-year-old soldier on leave from the army at his parents' house across town. His family moved to Hungerford just 5 years previously.
The day started when I was out with my little brother fixing my car. I was due to go back to the army in the next couple of days, and I had to do some repairs on it.
Sylvia Pascoe lived a few doors up from Michael Ryan in Southview with her husband and 2 children. She had been his neighbour for 10 years. That day, she'd risen early to do the housework before going to meet her sister.
The 19th of August was a nice sunny day, and getting up, doing my job, so I'd organised to go and meet my sister, so needed to get the house spick and span, and I was in my night dress and dressing gown. My children were outside playing with the next door neighbours' kids, and it was just an everyday event, really.
Sarah Britton had been a nurse for 12 years. Just 3 days before, she had swapped her nursing duties for a managerial role and was still finding her feet at a new hospital, the Princess Margaret, 47 miles away in Windsor.
I'd been employed as a service manager for the medical wards, and on getting up, I put on an outfit because I was still obviously out trying to impress, and I had a really busy day. The programme was sort of preset for me, and I remember, I think, just grabbing a sandwich for lunch.
As the residents of Hungerford settle into their daily business, police in the adjoining town of Newbury are getting confused reports of an attempted armed robbery at a petrol station down the road. These calls to the police are the first indications of a gunman on the loose. In Savernake Forest, 10 miles from Hungerford, Michael Ryan marches Sue Godfrey away from her small children and shoots her 13 times. He has just claimed his first victim. He then drives to the petrol station en route to Hungerford, firing at an attendant. And now he's heading straight towards Alison Chapman and her mum. Michael Ryan has returned to Southview and set the family home on fire with the petrol he has just bought. When he returns to his car and it fails to start, he reaches breaking point. He shoots his dog. Then turns the gun on his neighbours, killing Roland and Sheila Mason and injuring Marjorie Jackson and Lisa Mildenhall.
Our house backed onto what is the primary school in Hungerford, and they were doing maintenance work, so there were scaffolders and builders, and we just heard what was like scaffolding poles being dropped.
Did you hear that noise?
Probably kids playing, don't worry.
They'll make the horses skittish. Can we go check on them?
They'll be fine. Come on, let's get you to work.
See, they're really loud. I'm sure they're coming from near Southview.
So we thought, oh, Mum would drop me off at work, but we'll go via that way just to check that she's all right, not running around the field and hurting herself. We turned down the bottom of Clark's Gardens, which is where we lived. It's a short drive, probably about 30 seconds, not very far at all.
As Alison and her mum head towards Southview, over at the hospital, Sarah Britton is receiving sketchy reports of a serious incident unfolding in Hungerford.
The gentleman that came in was the Deputy Unit General Manager. He stood in the doorway. He certainly had an air about him, sort of, that he needed my attention fairly quickly, and that he just generally stated that we were going together around to the A&E department, and he was out of the door virtually as he sort of finished that sentence. The major incident plan had been activated.
Doctors, nurses, could I have your attention, please?
It wasn't until we were actually in the department that he briefed all the staff to say that there had been an incident at Hungerford.
Meanwhile, a concerned Alison and her mum are almost at Southview.
Because I was working in a sandwich packing company, it was a holiday job, I'd learnt to pack tuna and onion sandwiches, and we'd had them for lunch, and we were talking about that. In front of us was a police car which was parked on the right-hand side. It was parked half up the bank, so it just looked like it had parked there out the way for passing traffic. In front of the car, our car, Michael Ryan was stood with the gun across his chest. He was in camouflage from head to toe. He just glanced towards the car, and then before me and Mum could really say an awful lot to each other, he just opened fire on the car.
Michael Ryan is at Southview, Hungerford. He has sparked a police emergency after shooting dead a woman in Savernake Forest and attempting to murder a cashier at a petrol station. 2 neighbours have now also been shot dead as he walks up the street and fires at Ken Clements, walking his dog near the common, and PC Roger Brereton, the first police officer to attend the scene. He has now killed 5 people and injured 2 more. Alison Chapman and her mum have come to investigate the noises, mistaking the gunshots for scaffolding poles being dropped.
What's the police car doing there? What's going on? He's gonna shoot us!
He was holding a gun across his chest. He was very stubbly, sort of unshaven, and he just looked really like, I don't know what the word is, not sort of brain dead, that's a bit exaggeration, but just really not quite there. He opened fire my side first. I remember putting my leg down and pulling it up and just said to Mum, "Oh my God, I've been shot," to which her response was, "Don't be stupid." And with that, he just opened fire on Mum's side of the car. When I glanced to her, and she's quite small, and her head was like twice the size of its normal size. She looked like she'd been pepper sprayed with blood. She had a cut to her neck and a cut right over her shoulder and was just pouring with blood. Then it went quiet. He'd obviously run out of bullets. And Mum just sort of put the car in reverse. Don't know how she managed to, and she just reversed back down Southview.
Across town, 21-year-old soldier Carl Harris has immediately been alerted by the noise. As a lance corporal in the army, he is all too aware of the distinct sound of firearms.
What was that? Sounded like gunshots, and proper gunshots. I'm gonna go and take a look.
I had to go and get a part from a shop down in town. Just before I left, I could hear gunfire, and that's not, that's quite usual around here. But I knew it was the wrong type of gunfire. I knew something was wrong, and I headed off down into the high street to basically see what was going on. And as I walked down the hill into the high street, somebody said that there was somebody out and they were shooting people.
It's now 1:20 p.m. and Carl, concerned that the gunshots are something sinister, hurries towards the high street to investigate. Remarkably, after both being shot by Michael Ryan, Alison Chapman and her mum are managing to drive to the doctor's clinic, almost a mile away.
I had wellies on because we were going up the field, and I could feel the blood running down my leg, and it was all going through my toes and all squelchy. And I didn't really know what to do with this piece of flesh on my hand, so I just sat there with it on my hand, and as if to say, well, what do I do with it? I didn't really think about myself at all, I don't think, at that time. I was only 16, it was all a bit surreal. I was much more concerned about my mum and if she was okay. I mean, I'd looked at her and just, I think that was one of the most awful things I ever saw as a 16-year-old child, to see your mum in that state. It just got me, and it's really emotional for me now. I don't think anybody really any further was aware what was going on because we drove right across the high street.
In fact, a lot of people in town that day were completely unaware Michael Ryan was roaming the streets with his guns.
There were roadblocks on, and quite clearly every effort was being made to keep the general public away from where the scene. It transpired this gunman was on the loose.
It was amazing, really, because I was running down the street and people were just going about their daily business.
Even at the time, there was one of my friends was walking back to work, and I was like, well, what are you doing? Is there a gunman around? They didn't even know. They didn't have a clue what was going on. They said, oh, I only walked over, thought it was a traffic accident.
People were still about, but they were being cleared out, so there was been a sterile area made around the town centre. But there were still some people about.
Michael Ryan continues to roam the quiet streets as shoppers in the high street less than 900 yards away are oblivious to his actions. Walking down the road, he kills another neighbour, Abdur Khan. Ryan's mother, Dorothy, just returning home, tries to reason with him in the chaos. He kills her. He is now heading to the Memorial Gardens. 8 people are lying dead, with 8 more seriously wounded.
As we turned down into the croft, Mum said, "Where shall I park the car?" When I was 16 at the time, and I don't swear very often, and I certainly didn't back then, but my response was something like, "Just bloody stop the car." With that, we then crashed into the verge outside the doctor's surgery, which is there, this big tree. The brakes had gone on the car, so we just sort of came into land. One of the nurses then came out with the doctor, and that she helped me into the surgery with sort of, I had my arm around her and we sort of limped in. But so I was taken into a different room then and just kept with the nurse, she was rubbing my leg constantly, obviously trying to keep the circulation going, and I was asking her questions like, how big's the hole? Because obviously it's in the bottom of my thigh and I couldn't see it, and she was sort of saying, well, it's sort of like saucer size, you know, and not to worry, we'll get you sorted out.
Okay.
As word gradually spreads of the danger in Hungerford, over at the hospital in Windsor, Sarah Britton and her colleagues are starting to receive the first casualties.
I very quickly gave a brief summary of my sort of immediate sort of past experience so that my colleagues had some idea of what my level of professional sort of capability and skills were at that time.
The exit wound is always much larger than the entry wound, so when you're assessing your patients you need to look for a large exit wound. If there's anything
By then, the first ambulance, you could hear the ambulance actually approaching the hospital. Doors were opening, more people were coming into the department, remembering that we were having to get patients who were already in the department out and clearing cubicles, etc. There wasn't time to think, it was just automatic mode and get on with the job. All we knew that there was an incident in Hungerford, and then somebody, I think, actually said there had been a shooting. But I think we probably all thought at that stage that it was just 1 or 2. Nobody had any understanding of the number of casualties that were about to come through the door.
As Sarah is tending to the patients, Alison and her mum are rushed to the Princess Margaret Hospital. Her mum has lost a lot of blood, and doctors are about to discover the severity of Alison's injuries.
I was taken out on a stretcher, and I was taken actually and just examined and had some x-rays. They just had a quick look and they actually stitched me up, put me in the side room and said that I could go home.
As Alison tries to cope with her injuries, her family are desperately trying to find out what has happened.
First I knew was my dad called, and he was terribly upset, and never really heard my dad upset particularly, and said that my sister and mum had been in a car accident. And I sort of realised straight away that he wasn't sort of coming forward with what was necessarily the whole story. I remember it being chaotic when we got down there. I remember being dropped off at the front of the hospital and trying to go into reception and find out what was happening.
Don't worry.
I think the first person that came in and told me anything was Dad, before any of the doctors turned up, and I just remember him breaking down and being really, really absolutely floored, and never seeing him like that, and then realising that it was a lot worse than I'd imagined, really.
Meanwhile, back in Hungerford, Ryan remains unchallenged as the police hunt continues. He's now moved on to kill Francis Butler in the Memorial Gardens, then calmly walked the streets, killing Marcus Barnard, Douglas Wainwright and Eric Vardy, and injuring a further 4. The death toll is now 12, with 12 severely injured. Carl Harris, oblivious to all of this, is about to discover the enormity of what is unfolding.
So I just wandered up there, just see what was going on. And it wasn't until I actually, I can't remember the name of the road, went up the little cut and walked round to the top that I actually saw him stood there, that I realised something was wrong. It wasn't till he actually started opening fire that I thought, basically thought, well, this is not good.
In the last 45 minutes, 12 people have been shot dead and 12 injured as Michael Ryan roams the streets of Hungerford. As police hurry to stop any further bloodshed, Carl Harris has just caught Ryan's attention on the corner of Priory Road. They now stand face to face.
I don't think he saw me first of all, and I carried on up. He then just turned around and looked straight at me. Here, I do believe this house here at the time had a high hedge. I don't remember it, but I found myself in the garden, but somebody else was told me that I'd actually dived through the hedge and just waiting there. I could hear gunshots, but I didn't know whether I was hit. What's it like to be hit? Does it hurt? So I'm obviously feeling myself.
As Carl takes cover, police are still struggling to locate Ryan's whereabouts, largely due to hampered communications. To add to this, their usually swift firearms department are on a training exercise over 50 minutes away, making a quick response difficult. The Ryan family home in Southview is now blazing uncontrollably. Fire crews aren't allowed to get through until it is safe to do so. And as the fire destroys adjoining homes, just a few doors up, Sylvia Pascoe, a neighbour of Ryan's for 10 years, is trying to save the life of a 14-year-old girl.
Suddenly I heard breaking of glass and sort of stopped for a few seconds. My son came running in to get me because I'm in St John's ambulance, so his first port of call was, I'll get Mum. So I dropped everything, wasn't dressed, went round with him and went into my next door neighbour's kitchen to find the young girl that was standing there saying, I've been shot. I thought, delirious, doesn't happen. And she was worried about her trousers. They were sisters and they were yellow, but they'd started to turn pink. And my first reaction was, I need to find out what your injuries are. I'll lay you down because you're going to fall down. I could see that there was a nasty gash in the top of her leg on the right, and there was blood pouring from this, and I thought to myself, well, I need to stop it. And I had a neighbour there who said that I'll get whatever you need.
I sent Robert.
And we grabbed towels, etc.
I don't know whether this will help.
And we put her leg on a flower pot to raise it. In the background we could hear what I would call firecrackers. And it still didn't sink in, because my main concern was, stopping this bleeding and making sure she wasn't going to go unconscious. I stayed by her side, on my knees, with the only way I can describe it is one hand supporting the bottom of the leg and then one over the top, with all these towels on top and just pressing down for direct pressure. We don't use tourniquets, and going through my mind was, what can I do if this doesn't work?
As Sylvia desperately tries to save Michael Ryan's youngest victim, the gunman is still at large. His route has steered clear of the main high street. Although police blocks now stop people entering the town, a lot of residents there are still unaware of the tragedy. Michael Ryan has made his way from Southview to Fairview Road, then back up Southview, across the playing field to Clark's Gardens. He has then walked over through the Memorial Gardens to Priory Avenue and Terrace Hill, randomly firing at people as he goes.
Well, it was some time before the firearms officers could actually get into the scene, because we didn't know it. We were getting reports of shots being fired. There were reports of people having been shot. Some people were injured, we knew that. The telephone system was just incapable of taking all the emergency calls that were coming in. So it was very difficult to piece it all together. But yes, we got an idea of the route Ryan was taking up through the playing fields towards the school.
Michael Ryan is now on Priory Road after taking aim at Carl Harris.
And then there was a change in the tone of the shots, and I recognised that as being a pistol, and then it all went completely deadly quiet. And as I came round the corner, I could see that Michael Ryan had gone up the road, so I was pretty confident where I knew he was. And as I came round the corner here, there was this red Renault 5, I do believe it was, and it was literally just rolling down the road here. I started walking up, and I remember somebody looking at the car and then started shouting, "She's been shot, she's been shot." So I chased after it, and I think it was around about here that I managed to catch up with the car. As I pulled her up and got the door open, somebody appeared, and I assumed at the time he came from one of these houses here. He said to me at the time that he was a off-duty ambulanceman, and he gave me a hand to carry her, and we carried her across to the grass. I do believe it was just here, and the ambulance came, and they basically took the girl away. And then I remember I just sat on the grass. Bless her, there was this little old lady, and she gave me one of these sort of like, you know, these cheap car plastic boxed type first aid kits, which really are no good for, you know, really anything other than a cut finger. And she said, "Oh, this will help," you know, and I said, "Oh, thanks very much."
As Ryan kills his 13th victim, 22-year-old Sandra Hill, this is now the biggest single massacre in the UK. 13 people are dead and a further 12 injured. As ambulance crews wait in the high street, they are desperate to reach the casualties, but like the police and fire crew, are restricted because of the danger. No one knows where the gunman is.
In the initial stages, one of our ambulances was shot at, and luckily the crew did get away, and we didn't want the same thing to happen again. It was immense pressure because you have people saying, my daughter or my son's up there and why aren't you doing anything? And people were shouting at you, but you couldn't actually put the crews at risk. You had the crews, in any of our jobs that we do, we have to put the crews' safety first.
Despite the potential risk, brave paramedics are gradually getting to the victims. Then making the 50-minute journey to the hospital where Sarah Britton is trying to cope with the rising number of casualties.
There seemed to be more and more people coming sort of every time I sort of, looked up again around the sort of main departments. And I think at that stage I was just looking, where is the drugs cupboard? Where are the bandages kept? Where do I find equipment? I was literally just sort of being another nurse, if you like, a member of the team, an additional pair of hands. You expect sort of perhaps one or two, but when you start getting into double figures, I remember thinking, when is it going to stop?
Back in Hungerford, as Michael Ryan makes his way up Priory Road, police are calling in more backup, and ambulance crews are anxiously waiting for clearance.
It was important to get people out of the situation, as many as we could, but at the same time you've also got the problem of the person running around with the gun, and you don't know where he is, so therefore you don't want to send the ambulances up into a danger area. And they would be detailed to go to Priory Road. Another one would be detailed to go to Terence Hill, and it was sort of one ambulance to one section, as it were.
Over in Southview, as paramedics manage to reach Sylvia and Lisa Mildenhall, she has been shot 4 times and is losing a lot of blood. As they tend to her severe injuries, Sylvia is left to seek refuge at her neighbours.
Both myself and the neighbour, we were sort of just stood there, and we just sort of looked at each other, and we went to number 11. Nobody had told us who it was that had the gun at that time. I mean, because we had no radio on, no television on. We were sitting in the bedroom and we were sort of talking. I remember one of the kids dropped the Lucy and we all jumped. And then suddenly we looked out the bedroom window and there was these police in the school field with riot gear on. And they shouted and they said, "Right, when I tell you to run, I want you to come to the front door and I want you to run. I don't want you to stop. I want you to carry on down the road and I want you to run."
As Sylvia remains unaware that Michael Ryan has killed 13 people and injured 12, including Lisa, Carl Harries, who's already come face to face with the gunman, hasn't turned on his heel. Instead, he's now running towards Michael Ryan, trying to save others.
I was very dubious about going around the bend, because you go around the bend and the road is dead straight all the way up. And I thought, if I go around there, he can see me, then help, I made the decision that, there's people up there need help, I'm going to go up there. So on the left-hand side, there's a whole row of cars, and I sort of worked my way up, keeping low between the cars and the wall. And then I stopped, and I just didn't feel I felt something's not right. And I had a sort of quick look over the car, and he was actually come back, and he was actually just the other side of the car. And at that point, I was like, I'm getting under this car. I don't know, it was quite eerie, because you could see his foot, you could see his feet. It was a silly little things like, oh, my feet in. Have I got all my hands in? Is my feet in? Is he going to walk around and find my foot?
Michael Ryan is roaming the streets of his hometown, killing at random. In 55 minutes, he has killed 13 people and injured 12. He remains unchallenged. As police scramble to pinpoint his whereabouts, brave soldier Carl Harries remains undeterred by the danger and tries to save people in Ryan's wake.
I felt something's not right. And I had a sort of quick look over the car, and he was actually come back, and he was actually just the other side of the car. At that stage, I decided to get underneath the car. I don't know, it was quite eerie, because you could see his foot, you could see his feet, and he would walk, stop, walk back again, and then he walked off. All I could hear was a woman screaming, absolutely screaming her head off. And at the time, I was thinking, that's good, because if she's screaming, she's alive. And I remember being crouched down, I remember looking up and I could see the car. I remember sprinting across to here, and I think the car that had been crashed was round about where the bins are now. So I literally stayed down, and then made my way up towards the cars. When I got to the car, I realised that a shot had gone through the windscreen. And I later found out that they'd been actually driving down the road where he'd fired at them. And it was the driver that had been hit. The person screaming was his wife next to him, and he'd been shot in the neck. The lady goes to me, I'm a nurse. And I said to her, well, stop bloody screaming and give me a hand. Get out of the bloody car and give me a hand. And again, an ambulance appeared.
Please. Is he going to be all right, Ian?
Look, can I leave him with you now? Okay.
Meanwhile at the hospital, Sarah Britton's job is getting harder by the minute. What was 1 or 2 casualties is now many, many more. Calls from frantic loved ones are also swamping their systems, and Sarah is juggling her time between urgent nursing duties and dealing with inquiries. As more patients come through, Alison's mum is rushed to intensive care with serious throat injuries, and Alison's leg injuries are baffling doctors.
Try and relax your leg a bit.
I was taken out on a stretcher, and I was taken actually and just examined and had some x-rays. They just had a quick look, and they actually stitched me up, put me in the side room and said that I could go home.
When we first went to see Ali, it was quite a positive story really, because they'd sort of finished sort of cleaning her up and doing all the checks, and sort of I think probably were in the process of stitching her up, and I remember she'd had some injections, I believe, and at that point they didn't realise that she still had sort of a bullet in her.
By now, the urgency to contain Michael Ryan is immense. A police speaker system is warning residents from the helicopter above. Firearms officers are now being briefed, and sightings are still being reported. But Michael Ryan remains at large. He is on Priory Road after entering the house of Victor and Myrtle Gibbs and shooting them in their kitchen. He then walks next door, shooting Michael Jennings, and across the road, firing at Myra Gita through a front window. 16 people now lie dead and 14 injured. Carl Harries has been chasing Ryan for the past 40 minutes and is still risking his life to try and save the gunman's victims.
This lad came out from about 2 houses away, and he goes, my girlfriend's been shot. He took me upstairs, and in the front room on the big bed, the girl was lying there, and she had the fashion of the day, the tight jeans and that lot, and you could see an entry wound and a leg. We carried her down the stairs and sat her down and said, in the back room, so we go to the back of the house, so if anything happens, you can't be seen. Somebody said to me, someone's been shot in that house, and I thought, oh God, blimey. And here, where this new fence is, there was like fir tree type fence hedge. And I literally went up to the front door, banged on the door, couldn't hear anything. Hello! Lifted the letterbox, and one of those letterboxes has got a flap on the inside as well. So I was lifting up, and as I looked in, I could see a guy sat on the stairs. So I started shouting at him, "You all right, you all right? You know, talk to me, because I've got to get in." And he then sort of brought his head up and looked. He says, "Yeah, I'm okay." I said, "What's happened to you?" Because I've been shot in the leg.
My neighbours.
I said, "Well, I need to get in and see you." And I said, "Watch out, I'll kick the door in." He goes, "No, I can make it." And I remember him dragging himself across the floor and leaning up and opening the door. Got in there, picked him up, moved him back to the stairs, and again, he'd been shot in the leg. He shouted back to me and he says, "Can you check my neighbours? Something's happened there." I sort of tunnelled through the hedge and got to the house next door, and I knew it was going to be bad straight away, because they had a whole glass front door and all the glass was shot out.
As Carl rushes to another house, Alison's condition alarmingly deteriorates.
I then had a policeman come in. He wanted to take some statements. He was talking to me quite normally, and he looked down and he just went really pale, and I thought, what's he looking at? He looked down and all the stitches had come apart and my leg was just pouring blood.
And it was almost when they were getting ready to move her to a ward away from the intensive care unit, because obviously other people were coming in that were in a worse state, really, that she collapsed, and then they realised that there was something that was still sort of not very right with her.
It is now 1:45 p.m. Michael Ryan has spent 60 minutes shooting innocent people in a random attack. He has killed 16, including his own mother, and injured 14. The family house is ablaze and has now spread to the adjoining 3 houses. Now he walks up Priory Road to his old school, shooting George Noon in his porch, as police start to close the net, and Carl Harris has just reached the home of Victor and Myrtle Gibbs.
This is the one stage I remember being extremely nervous about, going in. What do I do? I was trying to be, tactical about it, military-wise, and sort of going in carefully, keeping low, and all the sort of things they trained to do. And because I was doing that, I didn't realise there was a big, massive pile of glass, and I started walking on the glass, and it made an awful noise, or it felt like an awful noise. And then I heard a noise response, and I thought, oh God. I just stood there, and then that noise I could suddenly hear was a woman's voice, and she was like, "Help me, please help me, my husband, please help me." Dead quiet. I thought, if he's in the house, he must have heard that. He will respond. I'll hear movement from somewhere, and the stairs is to my right. I'll just literally just stare at the stairs, in case he came down, and nothing happened. So I started making my way into the kitchen, and to my right on the back. There was like a kitchen back door, and there was this old lady that was sort of like curled around the door with her back to the door, and her husband laid on top of her. It was sad, because straight away you could see her husband was trying to protect her, and she goes, my husband, is he dead?" And I said, "No, of course he's not dead, don't be silly, he's all right, let's worry about you." And I remember lifting him up and pulling him off of her, and she had been shot. I remember having this plastic first aid kit, and I just looked at it, opened it, and went, that is just so no good. I thought, I need more kit. Basically, I need more kit. I was going to run back across the road to where the girl had been shot before and ask them if they had a first aid kit. And as I came out, I thought, no, sod it, I'm going for it, and just going to run straight across the road. As I came out of the house, I looked up this road, obviously, and I looked left before I ran across, and right at the bottom of the road there was an ambulance. So I stood there like a madman waving. It suddenly dawns on me then, like, you're facing down the road waving like a madman and he's behind you somewhere. So it was sort of like back into the side and feebly, they'd already spotted us and they flashed the lights.
Carl helps the paramedics with 4 of Michael Ryan's victims. Over 3 hours later, he heads up to the school. It is now 5:26 p.m.
And I eventually got round the corner to the school, and there was a policeman stood there, a single policeman. And he's like, who are you? I said, well, I'm been chief back there. I've come round. I said, don't worry, he says, we've got him cornered in the school. It's all under control.
The firearms team surrounded the school, and in fact, one of the firearms officers actually then spoke to Ryan, trying to get him to give himself up. The firearms team at that stage wouldn't have known exactly how many people he had shot, but they'd certainly be aware that he had killed more than one person, and that there was every likelihood that he would try and shoot somebody else.
I looked and said, you're telling me it's all under control, 100% under control? And he goes, yeah, we're all sorted. You sure? And he goes, yeah. I said, fine, that'll do me. Turn around and I walked back.
And then somebody came up the road and said to me, sorry, Carl's in the high street, he's all covered in blood. I thought perhaps he's just wounded, or perhaps I can get there and save him.
As dusk settles on Hungerford, the gunfire has ceased. Carl Harries is now safely with his father. Sylvia Pascoe is in the shelter of an old people's home after being ordered to run down Southview by police.
Hello, A&E.
Sarah Britton is being inundated at the hospital. Doctors are prepping for surgery after discovering a bullet lodged in Alison's back. And Michael Ryan is surrounded by police at his old secondary school. You are surrounded by armed police. Do as you're told, and no harm will come to you. What about my mother? She's dead. I know she's dead. I will try to find out about your mother, Mr. Ryan. I've picked up my gun again. If only the police car hadn't turned up, if only my car had started. I'm not coming out until I know about my mother. Mr. Ryan, I'm still trying to find out. If you come down, we'll be able to find out together. At 6:52 p.m, after attempted negotiations for over an hour, police hear a single muffled shot from inside the school. At 8:10 p.m, just over an hour later, they enter to find Michael Ryan dead in classroom 6. The Hungerford Massacre on the 19th of August 1987 will never be forgotten, but for the brave victims, residents and emergency services, they have tried hard to rebuild their lives. Sarah Britton went on to work as a service manager and is still in the health profession.
And there have been other incidents called. Some of them have probably not come to anything, others have. I'm very happy to report that of the incidents I've been involved in, none of them have been related to guns.
Sylvia Pascoe still lives in Southview and works with the St John's ambulance.
You said she lost 3 pints of blood, and if you hadn't done what you did, she'd have died.
Alison Chapman's mum recovered, and despite the bullet still lodged in Alison's back, she was thrilled to give birth.
Just tend to get on with it. I mean, I'm still here. You know, I've got a wonderful husband and a beautiful son, so I'm making the best of what I got.
Carl Harries is now a captain in the British Army. He received a commendation for his bravery.
He handed me a letter. He said, "This is from Buckingham Palace." And you know, I sat there and opened it up, and he goes, "What's it say?" He goes, "What's it say?" And I said, "Oh, I've been told that I'm going on the honours list and I'm getting the Queen's commendation for bravery."
But I was determined that one person was not going to stop me living in a house that I loved, in a neighbourhood that I loved.
Michael Ryan took just 1 hour to leave a trail of devastation that tragic day. Before this massacre, Hungerford hadn't witnessed a murder for 111 years. With 84 rounds from his AK-47, 34 from a Beretta pistol, and 1 round from his M1 carbine, he shot 31 people, killing 16, before turning a gun on himself.
It's the people who were there, it's their families, the ambulance girls, the policemen watching their colleagues being shot. So those are people that really I feel so sorry for.
They classify Michael Ryan as a loner who lived with his mum, but I've got friends and, you know, that are loners and live with their parents. You know, that doesn't make somebody get an armoury of weapons and out and kill a lot of people. You know, they try and psychoanalyse him, but I always say the only person that could say why he did it isn't here, and that is Michael Ryan.
As a result of the massacre, gun laws in the UK were changed to stop anyone possessing a semi-automatic weapon. Has it made a difference?
I think yes. The measures that were brought in were as a direct response to public demand and police demand at the time. Why did a person need to possess an AK-47 sort of semi-automatic rifle? I can't give a reason for that.
If people want to get their hands on guns, they will, regardless of any gun law in place. I mean, there's, you know, you could probably get one if you went somewhere and spoke to the right people within half an hour, I should think. And it sounds real cliche, it's not the guns that kill people, it's the people behind them.
This could happen in a small town in this country tomorrow. And to be honest with you, I think the people will be better equipped for it, but I don't think the response would be much better at the time because it wouldn't be expected.
Dr. Lin Russell and her two daughters, Josie and Megan, were victims of a vicious hammer attack in 1996. 3 people left for dead in the picturesque countryside of Kent. The brutality of the crime left a community reeling, and the senseless murders stunned the nation, making this a crime that shook Britain.
Kent police described the investigation as one of the most difficult that they'd ever faced.
I can just remember the world sort of coming to an end and we all just standing there and saying, no, you know, this can't be happening.
They were tied up and beaten repeatedly around the head with a hammer.
This kind of pristine place where you once felt really safe, you just didn't anymore.
Police say they have no motive for the violence and few leads to go on.
I knew the moment I saw this policeman coming back into the house, his body language, the look on his face, that something terrible was wrong.
Lin, Megan and Josie Russell were violently attacked by a stranger whilst walking home from school. In an unprovoked and frenzied assault, the girls stood little chance. The killer evaded justice for a year. Eventually, a local psychiatric patient, Michael Stone, was arrested and charged with murder. A small consolation for the family and friends of the girls lost in this tragedy.
I look back at the photographs of all the flowers and the pets and the ponies and the little cottage, and it was a very lovely existence. Megan was never quite as outgoing or kind of full of herself as Josie. Josie was in a way, the leader, the oldest child. Megan was quieter, but very determined, just like her mum.
I can just remember 2 very bubbly little girls with a super mum and dad.
Lin would be at home looking after the home and the animals. She did all her own work around the house, whether it was gardening, whether it was decorating, knocking down a wall with a sledgehammer. If she wanted to get something done, she'd do it.
I remember when I used to walk back with Josie and Lin and Megan, I think they were quite laid back and very at one with nature, because I remember we would find things like a bird's egg or something and we'd take it home. Lin would just let us do things like that, and yeah, it was nice just walking home amongst, you know, the fields and things all pretty.
We were very settled. In fact, we were thinking of moving potentially to a larger place with our own field. We didn't have a field originally in Kent, but it sounds and was quite idyllic.
The attack on the Russells will be told through the eyes of those closest to the tragedy. A beautiful summer's morning in Chillenden, Kent. The Russell family rise and plan for a busy day, juggling work and school activities. They're beginning to find routine after moving to Kent from Wales just months previously.
Although I'd been trying to get a full-time job locally in North Wales, it hadn't worked out. We thought, for the sake of being together for the family, I mean, not having to do this long-distance commuting, we'd up sticks, moved to Kent. Okay, no mountains, but it's a very pretty, it's a beautiful place. There I remember it being very nice to be able to sit even outside in early morning before we went to work or school and have breakfast even on the little patio outside with the cats around and the dogs.
The Russell house winds into action with the usual family breakfast and plans for the day ahead.
That day I took the children into work myself, and that was one of the days in which I did deliver them to school. The thing I can remember about the last few minutes with Lin was it was the normal morning rushing off to school, saying goodbye, the sunlight there and the garden, the flowers, and Lin going off and me thinking, well, she'll be immediately getting stuck into the gardening or the housework.
Sean drives the short journey to the local primary school to drop his two daughters before heading to work.
I've got this vision, this image in my mind of them in their little blue gingham dresses with their satchels. They went to a swimming gala that day, I do remember that. So they may have had a couple of towels there as well, sort of draped over the satchel. So that's the last I saw as they went into school that day. Yeah.
As Sean settles into work, Lin tends to chores around the cottage, and Josie and Megan start their daily lessons, unaware that in a few hours' time their lives will change forever.
I was Josie's teacher at Goodnestone Church of England Primary School. She was really bubbly, she was lively, she had lots of interests. A really very highly motivated child.
I first met Josie at school, when we were at school together. She and Megan were, the new children at school, and my friend and I, we kind of befriended her really. I remember all the children were going to a field to play, and Jasmine, my friend, and I stayed back with Josie, and I think we made like paper necklaces or something like that.
As the school day draws to a close, Sean nips out to the streets of Canterbury to run some errands.
To check on my bicycle, which was being fixed, get some cash, books that the girls had taken out from the Canterbury City Library. I returned them on their behalf.
Meanwhile, Josie and Megan are just finishing a swimming gala as their mother Lin makes the short, picturesque walk through the country lanes to pick them up from school.
I had phoned Lin because she told me they were going to the swimming gala, and that she would then take them to Brownies. Lin was going to take them along and be given a lift by a local friend. So when I did go home about 7 o'clock and they weren't there, I wasn't too worried. I just started making the supper for when they were due to come home.
As Sean prepares the family evening meal, he rationalises why the girls might be late home until the phone goes.
It was Liz Gregson, and she rang and said that she'd called round at 5 o'clock to take them to Brownies and they weren't there. The house was closed up, there was no sign of them. At that point I started to become a bit concerned.
For the last half hour, Sean has presumed his family to be at Brownie's, as planned that morning. Now, as evening sets in, he starts to panic.
You have no messages.
I didn't spend long on the phone with Liz. I do remember then starting to just try and work out where they might be.
My mum and I were picking her up and taking her to Brownie's, and there was no one there, and obviously there weren't mobiles at that time. I wasn't too worried at the time, but when I was picked up from Brownie's, Mum said that they still went back.
By the time Liz Gregson calls again,
Hello?
Sean is now frantic.
I believe it was around that time, 9 o'clock, that I said, right, actually, I better start making more of an effort to check on what's going on here. And I rang the police station. This is now only 2 hours after the time when we expected that I'd be home and maybe they would be home from Brownie's. Police said no, we've had no reports of accidents. I suddenly thought, well, shall I go and have a look myself? I drove the route along the pathway, the little country lane, between our home and the school that Lin and the girls would walk whenever they walked to and from school.
Girls, are you home? Lynn? Josie? Megan?
I actually also rang the vets in case they'd taken Lucy to the vet for some reason, which might be another reason that they hadn't called, tied up with looking after the dog if it got run over or hurt. No joy there. Then I started ringing hospitals, mentioning the name, Russell. Have you had anybody brought in? I was starting to get seriously worried by this time. There's a horrible possibility there might have been an accident, and the only reason Lynn wouldn't phone me is that she'd rushed to a hospital.
John and I were
John?
Sean now turns to the police once more. His family has now been missing for over 5 hours.
Said, look, now I'm frantic. I've tried everything. They're not back. This is not right. There can't be a woman and children wandering around in the countryside at this time of night without something being desperately wrong. Unbeknown to me, the police had taken my first call very early on, very seriously. They'd already started the ball rolling to do something and get a search team together and a dog unit and all that sort of thing without me even knowing.
Liz and John Gregson rush to Sean's side as a team of police officers arrive at Granary Cottage.
I was aware of quite a commotion outside with a van full of officers arriving near midnight, this dog unit turning up, and them basically fanning off into the countryside. They'd come over to the house. I sent a couple of guys over by 11 o'clock in the evening who were interviewing me by that stage, just trying to get information on what do they look like, what are their descriptions, if we're going to put out a notice. Also the inevitable questions about, how's your marriage doing? Have you had an argument? Is there any reason that she might have taken the children, sort of thing, which of course is rubbish, but you accept that they have a job to do, so you answer as best you can.
Sean is instructed to wait at the family home while officers search surrounding countryside. Restless and now stricken with panic, he anxiously waits for some news.
They called Liz and John Gregson outside and one of the two police officers and explained to them what was happening, and then the other guy came back in. And I knew the moment I saw this policeman coming back into the house, his body language, the look on his face, that something terrible was wrong.
Sean Russell's wife and 2 daughters have been missing for over 6 hours. Lin, Megan and Josie were last seen leaving school, but they haven't arrived home. Police have been out combing the countryside, and Sean now sees officers coming back to the cottage with news.
When you see that sort of thing in the movies, you know that the policeman's got the worst possible news, so I could tell straight away, and I just went hot and cold all over. Before he'd said a thing, I just knew that something terrible was about to happen, and he just explained that it was the worst thing he'd ever had to do. He had some terrible news for me. It looked like there'd been some sort of accident, but that all the members of my family, Lin and the 2 girls, had been killed. When the police team went out, it took them only a matter of minutes, because only a few hundred metres from the house along this lane was where the family were found, lying in the bushes there beside the road, the very same track that I'd driven up just a couple of hours before. The most that they said was something like, "There seems to be suspicious circumstances."
They found the scene, which of course was totally horrific to them, and it consisted of what the initial attending police officer thought were 3 dead people and the dead dog.
I remember vaguely just sort of going into an autopilot, numb feeling of half with it, half here, half not here, and gabbling out some questions about, well, where were they, or why has this happened, what has happened. They said, "We're going to need to take you over to the nearby police station at Deal for some more questions, but do you want to get some sleep?" Liz and John were very keen, actually, to have me go back with them, sort of, as it were, take me out of the clutches of the police for a little while, at least have a rest, before starting the obvious questioning the following morning. I didn't want to have to feel I had to be polite or friendly or diplomatic, and I didn't want to be a burden to friends either. So I said, I'll come to the police station with you now.
As Sean's world falls apart, his friends urge him to rest with them, but rest is an unlikely solace. Instead, he presses to help police and heads to the station.
I do remember when I was away from Liz and John that I did get quite upset in the car going to the police station, and shouting and screaming a bit. I do remember having sort of, I suppose you'd call it suicidal thoughts, because I remember saying things like, there must be an easy way out of this. Isn't there a sort of an I made stupid statements like, I'm sure there's a quick and easy way that one can be put to sleep with an all that sort of silly stuff. But I guess I was a bit delirious by that stage. And I didn't know these 3 blokes in the car, and so there was nothing sort of holding me back on that journey through the dark lanes of Kent in the early hours of the morning, when I was at my lowest ebb.
I was in bed and the phone rang, and I was asked if I would go to the police station because there'd been a serious incident. And I was told when I got there, okay, well, your job is to go over to Deal police station where Dr. Sean Russell is, because his wife and children are missing. They haven't come home since school time. And so I went over there, and I went with Ed Tingley, a policeman who was obviously tasked to speak to Sean and to get as much information as possible about the family's last movements. It was really important to get as much information as we could at that time.
Sean Russell has been told his wife and 2 daughters have died in suspicious circumstances. Officers are now anxious to piece together the tragedy.
I was met by two family liaison officers who'd been sort of pulled from their beds in the early hours. That was Ed Tingley and Pauline Smith there, who were to become great friends and supporters.
I just kept thinking, how would I feel if my own family hadn't come home? You know, I had been so devastated, as he was. I mean, he was just in shock, really, I think is the word.
And they actually said, don't you want to get some sleep? Here's a blanket, here's a cup of coffee, you just, you know, curl up here on a sofa in the police station and try and get a couple of hours of kip before we have to start the old statement taking in the morning, you know.
I hadn't actually had any specific training in family liaison work. In fact, there hadn't even been a course at that time. My actual role was that of a domestic violence officer. And previous to that, I dealt with many incidents of child abuse and child neglect. I was on the family protection unit. So when I went, I didn't really know. I thought maybe I was just there to make the tea and offer the hankies and the sympathy. Of course, it was much later than that that I realised my role was going to change.
Sean begins the long and painful process of mapping out his family life. He needs to find answers to what has happened. 24 hours ago, he had a loving wife and two beautiful daughters. Now, everything has gone. Then an officer comes with news.
I was sort of half asleep when I remember Ed coming in and saying there's been a big development.
By this time, the family had been found and taken straight to the hospital. We thought everyone had died, including the family dog.
If you can help us, give us a description.
He said, we told you last night that we thought all your family members were dead. But we've discovered this morning that one seems to have survived. One of the girls seems to still be alive.
"24 hours ago, Dr. Sean Russell had an idyllic family life. Now, his world is shattered. His wife and daughters have seemingly been found dead down a country lane. But in a sudden twist of fate, some news has just brought a ray of light.
Doctor was going about his business, and one of the police officers was there, and he noticed some flicker of life, and he called to the doctor. And the doctor jumped over and said, no, you're right. This one's still alive. Get her to hospital. It kind of switched me from complete despair, sort of feeling of sort of suicidal ideas, I can't go on, there's no point to go on, suddenly to having a reason to go on at last. Something to hold on to.
If you can help us.
I remember Ed coming back into the room and saying that he had this information for Sean, and Sean asking which one was it, and did she have freckles or not. And it was quite heartbreaking, really, because we didn't actually know at that time.
Sean now faces a traumatic journey to London to identify which member of his family has survived.
Even through the glass doors from outside ICU, and with all the masks and tubes and things, I could see some freckles on the top of the nose over the mask, and I knew that was Josie.
As Sean tries to come to terms with the fact that his eldest daughter is somehow clinging to life, the news of the tragedy is starting to trickle through to close ones in their village.
I remember waking up and Mum was asleep, which was really weird because she was always up before me because she started work really early. I remember being really excited that I'd woken up before her, and I rushed to get ready and went downstairs, and and Dad told me that he had something to tell me, and it wasn't very nice news. And I remember being told, and I kind of didn't feel anything. I was just numb. I think I was too young to really understand.
We all went into a state of shock. When you're a teacher, you're responsible, or you feel ultimately very, very responsible for the children in your care. It was actually a very difficult thing to tell the children, and I found it particularly difficult because two of my own two children were actually involved. My son was in my class, so I was telling my class and I was having to tell my son at the same time. And my daughter was in Megan's class, and we didn't know at the time which of the two children was actually alive.
Villagers are now waking up to a double murder in their tranquil surroundings. As police contain the crime scene, the media is already picking up on the tragedy.
I heard about it actually on the news in my car travelling to London. This was in the morning on the 10th, the day after the murder.
There was enough in that report that would have made close friends and relatives realise who the victim was.
We would suddenly find members of the media sort of coming from behind bushes and at the edge of the school playground, and we were just aware that there were lots of people around that we didn't know.
Well, certainly I've never known an investigation quite like this for the media involvement, which created a lot of issues.
I remember Ed looking a bit shocked. How's the news got out so quickly? Before we've even had a chance to tell everybody in the family, he said, OK, here's a mobile phone, Peter and Irene up in Sutton Coldfield, Lin's parents. And I could tell the moment I heard Peter on the phone, that he knew already.
As Lin's parents are comforted, media interest grows by the minute. Meanwhile, police must establish what has happened as quickly as possible.
I went straight to the crime scene, which had been preserved, and then started to take control of the investigation from there. First of all, it's very important that we secure the scene forensically, so we can send our people in to get forensic evidence and to send scientists in. We then had to contain a much wider area because it was quite likely things had been discarded by the offender or offenders. One of my main concerns was finding out who witnessed this, if anybody, and the one person that obviously did was Josie Russell.
Josie now lies seriously ill in hospital, and doctors are unsure if she'll survive the night.
Kind of described it as feeling like at the bottom of a big dark pit, and like a prisoner in one of those old pit sort of cells, and just very dark and very gloomy and with no hope of a future. But that changed instantly when I heard that Josie was alive, at least, even though I didn't know for how much longer she might be alive or what state she might be in if she survived.
Police now face one of the country's biggest murder hunts. 3 people have been brutally attacked with no apparent motive. A killer is on the loose, and Sean's one glimmer of hope lies with horrific injuries. He now has an agonising wait to see if she'll pull through.
By the end of that first day that Josie was in hospital, they'd carried out an operation of several hours, done a whole lot of tests. We were told she had serious head injuries, brain injuries. You know, she's on full life support. I had no idea whether she would survive at all.
Sean Russell's world has fallen apart. Less than 24 hours ago, he had a perfect family setting, a loving wife and 2 beautiful daughters. Now, he sits in the hospital, clinging to the hope his eldest daughter will regain consciousness. His wife and youngest daughter have been killed in an unprovoked attack.
I had no idea whether she would survive at all. I was still thinking, am I going to be asked for permission for them to switch the machines off, you see. Is she going to have any brain function, this, that and the other? Is she going to be a vegetable?
As Josie's life hangs in the balance, it is becoming clear to the police just how vital her recollection of the attack will be to the investigation.
Right from the start of this, Josie was uppermost in our mind. Obviously the first thing was her recovery and medical treatment. And we also had to consider her safety as well, because the offender was still at large and she was still alive and in hospital. So we had to look at protecting her. But running in tandem with that was, from an investigative point of view, is that she possibly could remember what happened and who attacked her and why.
The only surviving witness now lies in hospital. As officers watch over Josie's safety, doctors monitor her condition. Remarkably, and against all odds, they start to see a change.
It was that gradual progression from the lowest of the low, verge of death, intensive care, bit by bit coming out of it as the days progressed. I said, well, is she going to pull through? And he said, oh yes, there should be no worries about that. It was a bit of a shock, and a very, very welcome shock, very pleasing. She's going to have problems. She's got a brain injury that have affected this particular area. She's likely to lead to speech and language problems, but possibly some physical problems, but she should come through. It may be weeks, months, but she should be back on her feet, you know, eventually.
This news comes at a vital point for officers. Josie is on the mend, but is delicate, and her injuries could become the barrier in telling her story. Yet police are no closer to catching the killer. They must find a way of communicating with Josie. Her evidence is now the crux of their investigation.
We had a number of people that we were looking at very closely, and they were eliminated from the inquiry. We made many appeals for information, specific information, general information, and that all came in thick and fast.
Maybe about mid-30s, I think. Right, okay. Do you know what time this was?
And each was analysed, and most of it turned out to be a blind alley.
We're now faced with a little girl who was at the murder scene, who may or may not remember, who held a key really to what had actually happened, because nobody could tell us. So I had to try and work out a way of how to extract all this information from her. And it was painstaking.
They had to, cut away these bits of bone and parts of the brain, which did eventually lead to some speech and language, reading, writing problems.
Eventually she started going to like a speech therapy class, and they would hold various pictures up in front of her. She'd kind of try to show you what she knew she was understanding, so we knew there was a bit of understanding there. We stayed with her constantly, because who knew at any one time if she was actually going to speak? Of course, it was only after all the investigations on the surgery that, they were looking at what had happened to her, that we realised the communication site of the brain had been damaged.
It's amazing to me to this day that they could predict, because of the area of the brain that had been affected, what the likely problems might be in the future.
Much to everyone's surprise, Josie's recovery is far quicker than anticipated.
6 weeks in hospital, and amazingly, that's all it was. 1.5 months, 6 weeks in hospital, from being on the verge of death to being able to go home. Even a couple of doctors talked about this is a miracle. That resilience, that strength, not only physical strength, which maybe most young children have, but sort of psychological strength was very evident. She was kind of like a battler.
Should we put this one in as well? That's Daddy and Mummy, isn't it?
I interviewed Josie and Ed did all the videoing, and I started to work on scrapbooks. I thought that would be a fabulous way, really, of testing her knowledge. I was able to build up all the things that led up to the swimming gala.
As Pauline and Ed gradually piece together the attack with Josie, their colleagues push to find other clues.
This became the most extensive and difficult forensic examination I've certainly ever dealt with in my career. If you've got a murder that happens in a room, you can seal it off and you can do all sorts of things that you couldn't in an outside location. It wasn't just outside, it was in a wood with trees and leaves, and it was in the summer where the leaves were full on the trees. And that meant lots and lots of surfaces, inappropriate surfaces to get fingerprints from, to get DNA from. So it was a very, very difficult scene.
She was obviously growing in strength, but she couldn't actually verbalise. So I thought by making models, it would give her an opportunity to really get off her chest what had happened, because, you know, when someone is traumatised, you generally need to talk about it, and she couldn't.
We found, with the help of a witness, some blood-stained toweling and clothing in a nearby location. And that proved very useful and allowed us to piece together what had happened. There was a hammer found close by this location, which was investigated very thoroughly. There is some doubt as to whether this hammer actually was part and parcel of the attack. But nonetheless, the post-mortem examinations clearly identified the murder weapon as a hammer. It was very frustrating in that hardly anything materialised from the forensic work.
As the months continue, police are frustrated by no major breakthrough. Josie continues to improve. She returns to school, and her statement could hold the key to the attack. All the while, the close-knit community in Canterbury are left in limbo, with a killer still in their midst.
Everyone was a lot more worried, you know, for their children. Before, you could just walk down to the field and it wouldn't be a problem. And now there's this thought that there's this just psycho on the loose, you know, and it's just not safe anymore. And this kind of pristine place where you once felt really safe, you just didn't anymore.
A lot of the parents actually felt the need to come and be with us all at school for quite some time, actually. So many of them would just come and sit and have a coffee at the edge of the playground. And it served lots of purposes. They knew their child was safe, but also they were helping us to feel safe as well. It was a bit like a ripple in a pond. It sort of spread out because there were lots of little country schools in this area, and it made everybody question their safety.
For Sean, the tranquility of Kent has been broken forever. A few months after the tragedy, he moves Josie back to Wales. Meanwhile, the hunt continues, and everyone prays for some answers to Lin and Megan's tragic death. As the months roll on, Josie manages to piece together that fateful day.
Christmas 1996, we were back in Wales just in time for Christmas. I mean, that didn't mean that the police work stopped. Ed and Pauline, poor guys, had to then do commuting up to North Wales.
Sean was desperate to take Josie back to where they knew, where they'd been living before. Josie was able to show us with the little models how they climbed over the gate or how they opened the gate for Lin to walk through, and Josie really got into this, and we could see that she was really growing. Her knowledge base she was getting better and better, and she was able to start communicating more.
After months of rehabilitation and Josie's version of events, police now appeal for a second time to catch the killer. 1 year after the murders.
And that for the first time suggested that Michael Stone might be the offender, and he became a suspect very shortly after that broadcast.
At last, police receive a vital lead they've been looking for. A doctor could hold the key.
He was aware that this particular patient of his had been talking about things like this, and he gave a name to the police, which the police followed up.
When Michael Stone was first identified as a possible suspect, that then triggered an awful lot of investigative activity around him, his background, his movements, his ability to do this sort of thing, his mobility to do this sort of thing, his vehicle, so on and so forth. And that culminated in his arrest.
As Michael Stone is arrested, his background comes to light. He was a habitual drug user with violent fantasies who knew the area well. Claims he had spoken of the desire to kill shortly before the murders now come to the fore. But one question still remains. What was the motive?
We considered it may be robbery, it could be theft. There were other factors like the family dog was killed. Why? Was that just gratuitous violence, or was it done for a purpose? Because of the remoteness of the location, it did strike us that it was somebody that lived locally or somebody that had knowledge of the area. And the fact that a car was used suggested perhaps it wasn't immediately local, but somebody had travelled into the scene. If you put all those things together, there was no obvious motive that emerged.
After months of agonising detective work and heartache for the Russells, they may now be a step closer to uncovering the murders. Michael Stone goes on trial a year after his arrest.
I asked them some things, but I didn't want to dig too far into their inquiry. When a person was found, it only sort of slowly built up, not all at once, that yes, this is a likely person.
It was a momentous thing to happen, but it left us with as many questions as it started to answer.
Again, I wouldn't say that there was a sort of sudden sense of eureka. They found the person.
Stone is found guilty on 2 counts of murder and the attempted murder of Josie. He is given 3 life sentences. The devastating facts about the 9th of July 1996 now come to light.
The girls had gone to their swimming gala in Canterbury with the school.
Just finished swimming and we all came back on the coach, and then our parents would pick us up, and my mum picked me up in the car and Lin was walking to pick Josie up.
Lin had walked with Lucy, the dog, across the country lane, 1.5 miles away to Goodnestone to wait for them and collect them.
I knew obviously we were going to Brownies that afternoon, and Mum and I beeped the horn because we saw Josie, Lin and Megan just about to walk down the steps, and we thought, oh, we'll give them a lift home, and we beeped, and I remember we beeped quite a few times, and I thought it was really weird how they didn't hear us, and we just thought, oh, that's fine, we'll just see her later. And if they had heard us, then we would have given them a lift home.
They would have been chirruping away about the fun they'd had at the swimming gala, and they would have walked down Cherry Garden Lane, and that is when the whole event started to unfold of the person, as Josie described it, them passing a man in a car parked, and then as they walked down the lane, the car following them, etc., and then the attack ensuing from that.
The violence used was excessive. Far more excessive than was needed to control the victims.
Probably the reason that Josie survived was that the damage to her skull was greater than to the other 2. It meant the pressure on the brain that causes all sorts of damage was released naturally, and the cold temperatures of her lying for several hours sort of slowed down the development of the injury And she probably pulled through because of the extent of the damage to her skull rather than the opposite. A peculiar paradox there.
The unprovoked hammer attack on the Russells raised wide-scale debate on the British laws and the strength of the Mental Health Act. Should it be reassessed?
It transpired that Michael Stone was one of these people that had suffered a very traumatic mental illness. He should never have been put in a position where he could actually do anything like this.
We know enough now that you probably could identify real at-risk, potentially violent people who ought to be taken into care and go through some form of treatment and drug control and this sort of thing. But there are people certainly on the civil liberties side who say, no, you can't go down that route, it's thin wedge.
People with mental health issues, I personally feel, are not really looked after that well.
There are experiments going on with people who are already in prison to see if particular lines of treatment can be followed for people who were previously classified as being untreatable. So this is still going on, and it's not clear what the outcome will be.
It would be wonderful if we had a magic wand and we could just wipe the evil out of this world. Unfortunately, we don't have that. We're not magic. And I think legislation should be changed and it should be moved on as these awful things happen.
Since Michael Stone's conviction, he has appealed twice and won a retrial. His attempts have failed. He continues to serve his sentence.
The next thing would be to say, say sorry. I'm sorry I did it. Express remorse. It makes a big difference. You've always got that sort of lack of finality.
Sean and Josie's life is now very different. For years, they have humbled the nation with their resilience and courage to continue on with their lives.
We've been shown the depth of on one side, the worst side of human nature, but against that we've been shown the best side of human nature, all the people that took an interest in us and were so kind to us and generous and supported us through all of this. Okay, we had a mad, crazy, chance in a million, one-off thing happen to us. And of course we'll never forget that, you'll never get over it. But we're trying to make the best we can of life, and the way Josie does is what gives me the strength and to feel that I can face the future, and seeing her making such a good job out of her life makes it a lot easier for me to carry on.
Throughout the day, local people have joined police officers to search the fields and woods around where Sarah Payne went missing. Sarah had been playing outside with her younger sister and two older brothers when they became separated.
On the 1st of July 2000, 8-year-old Sarah Payne vanished while playing one summer's eve. 17 days later, she was found, murdered. Roy Whiting, an already convicted paedophile, had taken her life. What was to follow became one of the biggest public outcries in UK history. Sarah's family, left torn apart by the devastation, were surged to campaign for a major change in British law, determined Sarah's death would not be in vain, making this a crime that shook Britain.
She said, "Have you got Sarah?" And then the boys chirped in, and I can't find her. So it was that quick. It was just that quick.
Once separated from the other children, police believe she may have become lost. They say there's no evidence to suggest that she's been abducted.
The only time he took his eyes off was just to turn around to make sure Charlotte and Luke were okay. In that time, she'd gone. He was seconds behind her.
The police needed the help of everybody in the country.
In a Sussex field tonight, police are examining the body of a little girl found just 10 miles from where Sarah Payne went missing at the beginning of the month.
I mean, I lost control completely and utterly. I cried, I screamed, I shouted for her.
Both the police and the probation service in Sussex feared that Roy Whiting would strike again, but were powerless to stop him.
When you're dealing with paedophiles, particularly people who have been arrested before, this is their life is not getting caught.
Like I say, you just get worse because you're actually saying it out loud to somebody, you know, my daughter's missing.
Sarah Payne was a beautiful, fun-loving 8-year-old. One of 4 children, she was the apple of her family's eye.
Sarah was the 3rd child of 4. Anybody who's got a big family will understand is that you'll kind of have your place in a family. And I guess Sarah was really the imagination. She was the first girl to come along, so it was fairies and pixies and dolls and, you know, pretty things because she was the first girl born for a long time into the family. So it was all, you know, grannies buying pretty dresses and little socks and all sorts of things. So she was very much a girly girl. She didn't need to be robust because she's, you know, two big brothers. And then when her little sister came along, her little sister decided that she'd be the tomboy, thank you very much, and that was it. So it's just a big heart, really, a really big heart. You know, I was never the best housekeeper in the world. There was no sort of strict routines about our house. Dinner was at a certain time and bedtime was at a certain time, but other than that, everything was just kind of, you know, as it happened. It was just mad, messy and noisy all the time. When we rowed, it was massive rows, you know, when we played, it was loud games, so it was just like that. It was just a force to be reckoned with, I think.
The tragic murder of Sarah Payne will be told through the eyes of her mum, Sarah, and Phil Clark, an officer on the case. Saturday morning in the Payne house. As Mike sleeps off his night shift, Sarah heads to work at a local pub with Charlotte and Sarah.
Took the girls to work with me in the morning, as I normally did on a Saturday. It was a massive garden there, so I loved to play out there with the, you know, daughter of the landlady and that. Got back and just, you know, packed everything up, packed the kids in the car and just headed for the coast.
The Paynes make the journey to West Sussex to spend the weekend with Mike's parents.
Well, it was July, it was quite hot. We hadn't been to see Terry and Les for quite some time. We always used to go sort of once a month at least, go and have Sunday dinner and that kind of thing. Just an off-the-cuff decision, really. It was a nice weekend. We hadn't had anything planned.
Grandparents Les and Terry quickly greet the family as they arrive. As food is prepared, the family settles in.
Everything ready. Dinner almost on the table. Get in, have a drink, say hello, catch up quickly, have dinner all together. Kids go out to play sort of in the garden, clear up and just normal family life, really.
With the warm afternoon drawing to a close, Sarah and her family take a walk to the seafront after dinner.
We decided to go for a walk along the beach with the children because I'd promised them. Terry had wanted us to see a friend of his house. He'd been doing up a house in the village, so we decided to walk along there. And that's obviously when the children asked if they could stay at the beach.
But what happens next is to change the Payne family forever.
We stayed with them for a little while. We threw some pebbles in, and they just wanted to stay there. You could see it was a lovely, beautiful evening. The boys had been allowed, because they were 13 and 12, so they'd been allowed to explore by themselves a little bit over the last sort of year or two. So they knew their way around. And they asked if the girls could stay. The girls were begging if they could stay. And it was it's just one of those moments in life where you make a decision about these things, don't you? When your children come to a certain age, you just decide whether it's okay or not. You know, they had strict instructions to do exactly as Lee said. He was the oldest. If they got bored or tired, they would just stroll back to Nanny's. And just my last memory of Sarah is just her playing and screaming around the beach and waving to me as I sort of, you know, left the beach.
As Sarah plays happily on the beach with her brothers and sister, Sarah, Mike and Terry head to visit friends.
Stopped at the pub for a half, and we were going there literally a half. It was a balmy summer's evening. Walked back around the fields, so it was just that amount of time, and that's all it was. We didn't stay anywhere any longer than 10, 15 minutes. No, there was no rush about it, but there was also, we wanted to get home for the evening and just settle down, get the kids in bed, and just have our evening.
Yet as evening sets in and they stroll back to their house, the calm is broken.
And as we got to the house, Les was standing outside, which I thought was very, very unusual. She was holding Charlotte tightly by the hand, and the boys were sort of around. She said, "Have you got Sarah?" And then the boys chirped in, and, "I can't find her." So it was that quick. It was just that quick. My daughter's missing. And it's like an echo going off in your head that just is uncontrollable fear, just real fear.
Sarah Payne has just been told her 80-year-old daughter Sarah is missing. After playing with her siblings less than 150 yards from her grandparents' home, she is now nowhere to be seen.
Your eyes are everywhere. You immediately start looking. I grabbed Charlotte, I think, and I went up towards the main road, along the main lane. It's really only a car wide. I went that way. Mike went across the fields. Terry went towards the beach. So we were covering every angle. Les stayed very much sort of around the front of the house in case she stumbled back that way. Everyone calling and looking. I got to the end of the road and realised there's just no way. She was a timid child. She couldn't even play hide and seek for more than 2 minutes without coming out and saying, "Why haven't you found me yet?" So she wasn't a child that would do those kind of games.
The family comb the countryside, fearful that their little girl is out alone. And as the shouts echo across the fields, Sarah pieces together her family's last movements.
They'd gone to play in the field, as they'd done on many occasions. The corn was high, so it was, a brilliant place to play. Sarah had stumbled and fallen, got in a little bit of a tantrum, decided she was going to go back to Nanny's house. Lee had followed her. Same time Charlotte had fallen and stumbled as well, so sort of one boy's attention was on one and the other boy was on the other. They did everything right, everything. Lee never took his eye, the only time he took his eyes off was just to turn around to make sure Charlotte and Luke were okay. In that time she'd gone.
Sarah Payne has now been missing over an hour. Despite the family's frantic attempts to find her, the 8-year-old has vanished.
We passed several people, all of us. People joined in with the search because they could see how worried we were. And there's also that part of you that just thinks they're just there, you just can't see them. You know what kids are like, the minute you reach that absolute moment of panic, that's when they go boo, or they appear from nowhere and start giggling all over the place. But there was kind of this nagging thing, well, what if she'd walked across the fields and just got lost? So it was just covering everything.
With no leads and darkness closing in, Sarah faces the painful realisation that extra help is now needed.
Just said, "Look, we've got to call police. She doesn't know where she is. She's lost. God knows where she is."
Emergency, which service?
Police, please, I've lost my daughter.
Police, thank you.
I call you through the police emergency? What's the problem?
I've lost my 8-year-old daughter. She's been missing about an hour and 3/4 now.
Sarah Payne rang the police, I think, at about 8:45 on the Saturday night, and reporting an 8-year-old missing girl. And of course that suddenly became a high priority incident. It received the notice of the command officer for the division straight away. Police resources were drafted away from the usual Saturday night policing in order to assist with that search right from the start.
The phone call to the police was so difficult. It's one of those do I, don't I, because as soon as you do, you've made it real.
My very first thoughts were that potentially we got an extremely big policing operation on hand, and that was going to take all the resources that Sussex Police could muster.
Just get worse because she was actually saying it out loud to somebody, you know, my daughter's missing. And like I say, just thank God they took her seriously.
Police rushed to the scene, and the Payne family anxiously relay details of the day.
As soon as the police came, they sort of got the family back to find out exactly what had happened and everything else. I don't think we even put the children to bed until the search was called off.
All the obvious places where somebody of that age could have fallen into, you know, the ditches, the culverts, and all of those sort of places were done straight away within an area of about 500 metres or so around from where she was last seen. She wasn't at home, she was at her grandparents' house, and she had not been out playing in that area before, as far as we knew, so she could have just simply wandered off and got lost. It was highly likely that she'd been abducted, but she could have got lost. It was highly likely that she'd been taken from the place, but she could have fallen down a well. The most notable thing about the surrounding area from where Sarah went missing was the absolute lack of any evidence, the absolute lack of any clothing or any of her property or anything to do with her. It was devoid of anything that related to Sarah Payne, as if she had been whisked away.
But as the search for Sarah intensifies and more manpower is drafted in, her brother could hold the key to her disappearance.
Really, it was just a case of talking to each of the boys, find out in detail what was going on. And then Lee pulling me to one side and saying, Mum, I did see something, but I don't know whether to say or not. And he'd seen a van and a car. And I said to him, can you remember? And he said, well, they were about the same time. And he said, but the man in the white van, you know, he smiled and waved at me. And I said, do you remember what he looks like? He said, yeah. So I said, well, I think we'd better tell the policeman. He said, well, do you think it's important? We don't want them looking for someone and not looking for Sarah. So it's kind of, yeah, we have to tell them everything and then let them decide what's right and wrong.
He was the only person to see what potentially could have been an abductor. And he identified to the police that he was driving a large white van, being driven by a scruffy individual who smiled and waved to him as he went past.
Eight-year-old Sarah Payne has now been missing for over 24 hours. Whilst playing in a field with her siblings, she has vanished from sight. The scale of the police hunt is now escalating as the hours tick by, and officers are desperate for any clues that could help find the little girl.
Our best chance of finding her alive was to hope that she'd been abducted and been locked up somewhere. So the main gut instinct, if you like, was to look for lockups where she might still be alive. The second was to find some sort of hideous little natural trap that she might have been caught in, some culvert, some drain, some whatever it might be, you know, some innocent reason why she hadn't turned up. But the focus was always, at the beginning, to find her alive.
Members of the public are now offering to help search in their droves, all praying Sarah is found, safe and well. Meanwhile, as part of the inquiry, a sex offender living in the area, Roy Whiting, is called upon by police.
If this little girl had been abducted, there's obviously the usual suspects. You've got to sort out who is the most likely. When Sarah went missing, Roy Whiting told the police that he was at a fun fair in Brighton. The inference being that he'd been cruising the areas where young people might congregate.
Whiting gives nothing away, but his demeanour is suspicious. After questioning, officers decide to monitor him. Meanwhile, Sarah and the family are urged in front of the country's media in an emotional plea.
The police needed the help of everybody in the country. And one of the best ways to get everybody on side is to get the empathy that comes with seeing the parents, even if they're in a state of distress.
We got asked to do an initial press conference. And that was, I think, on the Monday after she'd gone missing. She went missing on Saturday, I think it was on the Monday. And we went in to see Martin Underhill, and he tried to give me sort of what I should say, you know, tried to help me write what I should say and that kind of thing. And I looked at him and I just thought, I can't, you know, just tell me what you need. What do you need from this?
And that was the obvious thing to do, and it was done very early. I think the first time that the Payne family made an appearance was on the Tuesday morning, if I remember rightly.
We've got lots of people, hundreds, Sarah. You wouldn't believe how many people are coming, but they're coming, and it won't be long.
The hunt for Sarah now involves over 500 police officers and scores of volunteers.
We had a specialist search team that could do underwater searching. Helicopter was used. One of the most valuable assets to me in the search was the military. Jets were actually photographing every square inch of Sussex and some parts of Surrey. A specialist team was looking at photographs for newly disturbed earth, for bonfires, for anything that was unusual.
There was always something to do, some piece of evidence to look at that had been found in the search. Because, I mean, don't forget, we searched most of that area. I mean, sort of within a 20-mile radius we searched. So we had to look at every child's shoe that was found, every child's toy, every pair of knickers, every jumper.
To be deploying 500 officers, the vast majority were Sussex police officers, on one operation for 2, 3, 4, 5, going up to 14 consecutive days, it's like the whole of your police force is looking for Sarah Payne.
The hunt for Sarah is quickly turning into one of the biggest media cases in recent history. Her image is used across newspapers and television reports nationwide in a desperate plea for information. As a result, the leads into the search for Sarah come in thick and fast.
By the time that we'd got to Wednesday, there was over 10,000 pieces of information coming into the Casualty Bureau. That's not 10,000 phone calls, that's 10,000 phone calls that have actually got pieces of information on the back of them. I remember quite well a sighting of Sarah Payne in the company of a gentleman at Knutsford services, I think, on the M6. It was such a powerful piece of evidence that an awful lot of store was put in that she was either in the Midlands or had been taken up north.
There were always sightings of her. There was one particular sighting which really gave us joy and hope, and as soon as I heard the woman speak, I knew that it wasn't Sarah.
Days now turn into weeks, and despite no positive sightings of Sarah, the nation prays for her safe return. Sarah and her family draw strength from the support.
We needed to maintain a very close link with the family. So not only were people appointed as family liaison officers, but they'd actually been trained to do the job. And the job is to support the family, to actually be able to interpret what is happening from the police perspective. And it's a very, very difficult job because you get so close to people at a time of great, great stress that you start to share their stress with them and you start to share their burden. I needed to know what was being reported by the family liaison officers and whether or not there was anything that was coming out from the family that could actually help us with the search for Sarah.
Family liaison officers Sean Scott and David Dowell are also on hand day and night to help the family through the agonising hours.
The moments I liked best were the ones when, just before Dave and Sean arrived in the morning, was the one when, just before they come through the door. It was any news, so there was always that hope every time they came through the door. And sadly that just didn't happen. We sat down and we talked about scenarios about her coming home, about having a bag ready for her, which was something to cling on to. I hadn't thought of doing that, so that was that. That was, getting her bag ready so that if they found her, I could be taken straight to her.
For Sarah's brothers and sister, their worlds have been turned upside down. They were the last people to see the 8-year-old and are now desperately keen to make sure their sister is found.
I couldn't tear the other children away from the news at all. They just had it on 24 hours a day. And every day they were coming up with scenarios to get the press involved, to do this, to do that, wherever they looked, So it was, it was a real challenge to keep them occupied as well. They went to the police station, the police were fantastic with them, showed them all the computers, photo fits with Lee. Charlotte had very simple questions. And the boys had quite in-depth questions. Where were the police going with this? Did they have any evidence for this? Did they have this? Lee was like, did you chase up the green car? Did you find the man that I saw? And that was from no pushing from anyone. It's just they needed to be part of that. It was their sister that went missing.
It's been 17 days since Sarah Payne was last seen, playing in a field right next to her grandparents' house. Family and friends have been clinging to the hope that she will return safe and well. Thousands of people have offered their help, but despite a nationwide appeal and scores of officers on the case, Sarah hasn't been seen since. Now, Family Liaison Officer Sean Scott arrives with news.
And I could just see by Sean's face that he needed to tell me something. I didn't know what that was. I soon had a good idea that it was serious, and I didn't want that moment to come. When it came to it, I didn't want it to come.
Sarah?
I kind of knew what was coming, I just couldn't let him speak. Michael arrived, and Sean quickly sat him down, and I didn't realise the urgency of it. They'd found a body.
Got some news. We found the body of a child.
It was a little girl, and There were no other little girls missing at that time, so they could only presume it was Sarah, but it wasn't definite. And at that same moment, it was announced on the news. So unfortunately, the entire family heard it at exactly the time we heard it in the garden. The children were rushing out the back door, and the rest of the family were kind of behind them, and is it true, is it true? None of us were sure it was her. We had to wait for testing, and somebody had to go and view the body, and all those things. And then again, we started doing the glimmer of hope. You know, we started it all over again.
The body was actually found by a farm worker after it had been disturbed from being buried. The worst thing that can happen is for this particular inquiry, after all that's gone on, to turn into a murder inquiry. There was a sort of certain inevitability about it at the time.
A swift forensic examination is ordered and the body is identified.
Sean came to me and he said, you know, we are 1,000% sure, because they'd done the DNA, the coroner had worked so hard really quickly because he knew the situation and everyone had. I was determined. I was absolutely determined that nobody else could possibly know it was her. I needed to see for myself. So Sean said that he would go first and he would come back and he would describe it to me, and if I still wanted to go, then he would go with me. It was late afternoon by the time he came back. And he was in pieces. I could just see. Just a shadow of the man that I saw just a few hours ago. And I knew at that point that I couldn't go and see her like that. And I knew it wasn't right to. And I didn't think that she'd want me to. I felt really guilty at not going though. Isn't that silly? Just felt so guilty for not going. And then there was this big why question again. I knew that she wouldn't have fought, and I knew that she wouldn't have struggled. So there would just be no reason.
The body of Sarah Payne has been found by a farm worker 17 miles from her grandparents' home. For over 2 weeks, her mum Sarah and the family have prayed for her safe return and worked tirelessly with the police. But now, their hope has gone. Sarah and the family received the news they never wanted to hear.
You know, all sorts of things go around in my brain at that time then. I mean, I knew that she'd died. I knew that she died quickly. That was a saving thing for me. She hadn't suffered for ages. And then there was this big why question again. You know, I knew that she wouldn't have fought, and I knew that she wouldn't have struggled. You know, even if she'd done it initially, she'd never need strength in her to push anyone around.
The emotion at this stage is huge sadness, absolutely enormous sadness. The fact is, it became clear that we had an offence, serious offence, to detect.
Officers now focus their attention on the murder inquiry and press for any clues that might lead to Sarah's killer. A lady in a nearby village calls the police.
She'd seen a shoe on the side of the road, I think something like about 8 days before. And when she went back, it was still there. And very, very sensibly, she didn't touch it, she reported it to the police. And that was one of the most dramatic moments. It set off a whole new body of searching, of course. Every single field, hedge, for miles around was then scrutinised for Sarah's clothing.
3 days later, in an unusual twist of fate, Roy Whiting, who was questioned a couple of weeks ago, comes to the attention of the police once more.
He was put under surveillance. It was during that surveillance that he stole the motor car.
Take Alpha 22, we've got a white Nova southbound in...
He obviously wanted to get out of Crawley. He'd gone back to Crawley. And he stole this motor car. The police officers who were watching him saw him steal the motor car. The police then tried to arrest him. He tried to escape by ramming the police vehicles, and it was for that crime that he was again arrested and remanded in custody. So from that moment on, Roy Whiting was in prison.
As Whiting sits in custody for a separate offence, police question him on Sarah's disappearance again.
Once Sarah's body was found, Roy Whiting was the prime suspect. It was imperative that he needed to be rearrested and spoken to again in the terms of the murder inquiry.
When Peter Kennett took over the investigation, that's when it turned into a murder investigation. Every single day he tried to get his officers to prove to him that it wasn't Roy Whiting, because his name just kept coming up.
Even if it was only on the premise of coincidence and happenstance and all the rest of it, the coincidence by this time was enormous.
As the pressure mounts on Whiting, Sarah and her family turn their focus to a memorial to honour their daughter's short life.
The outpouring of grief could easily have been turned to anger, and that's what people were saying to me. If they caught him or her, they'd hang, and all that stuff that was just so nasty around Sarah's name. And they weren't meaning to be nasty; they just were so upset and angry themselves.
The whole thing touched a nerve somewhere. It touched a nerve throughout the body of the United Kingdom. I think since that time there's been some really notable cases that have kind of followed suit. But this was really the very, very first that was so enormous in the mind of the public.
And so we decided to do the memorial as a way of ending it for everyone that had been involved, and also so that we could pull her back to us. We'd given so much of her away, and although that was entirely the right thing to do, I don't regret any of those decisions to this day. It's also very hard when an entire country has ownership of your daughter, and what you want to do is you want to go away to a little corner and just mourn and just deal with life.
Mourners flock to pay their respects to Sarah, and through all the heartache, her mum vows that the loss of her beautiful daughter will not be in vain. She begins to research the law and the rights of sex offenders.
There were vast things that were really wrong with the system. And that's where we started learning that it wasn't just one thing that needed changing. It was entirely right that parents had the right to know. You know, in America, they're told whether they want to know or not. And it all just seems so wrong and so pointless and so somebody somewhere must have something to say. This has got to change something, for God's sake. This can't ever be allowed to happen again.
Sarah quickly realises the need for change. Inspired by Megan's Law in America, she presses for controlled access to information on sex offenders in a passionate bid to stop this tragedy happening again.
So basically we looked at all the things to do with sex offenders, and it just seemed that everyone was playing into their offender's hand. Nobody was looking after these children. We found that the police's hands were tied. an awful lot of the time when it came to offenders. So if they saw an offender outside of school, the police had been taught they couldn't move them along. They couldn't stop them from standing there because it was the offender's human right to stand wherever they damn well pleased. They could come out of prison, not sign on with the local police station for 4 weeks, which all just seemed so very wrong.
And so, with the backing of the News of the World, the fight for Sarah's law starts.
I just decided that it was the best thing for us to do, was to try and turn this awful, awful thing that had happened to us, maybe turn it around for other kids, but also just make people aware. The News of the World is a massive paper. We started naming and shaming because paedophiles exist through secrecy. Everybody knows that. That is their one tool. If you pick out every other tool in their toolbox, the one thing they need to survive is secrecy. And I'm like, well, why are the authorities keeping their secrets? Very often, children that have been sexually abused end up living in the same village as a sex offender when they're let out. I needed other parents to know this is going on because I was so shocked. I was so shocked, and that's why, that's why we went with naming and shaming, was because when people opened the paper, they needed to be as shocked as I was when I first found out about Roy Whiting.
As the campaign gathers pace, officers investigating Roy Whiting delve into every area of his life.
To me, it seemed that this man had specifically bought a certain kind of van. It's a furniture van. It was clad in plywood on the inside to stop furniture being damaged. And then when you've done something in it, you just strip out the plywood and burn it. He was definitely forensically aware. When you're dealing with paedophiles, particularly people who have been arrested before, this is their life is not getting caught. So they know about forensic evidence. But in actual fact, 2 hairs, Sarah Payne's hairs, were found in the van.
Forensic tests on the van have brought a major breakthrough. However, Whiting's link to the murder isn't going to end there. The black shoe found 3 days after Sarah's body now reveals evidence, incriminating him even further.
The shoe was found and it had this fibre on it, which took a long time but was subsequently tied in with fibres on clothing found in Roy Whiting's van. All the coincidence in the world can't get away from that, because nowhere, never, had Roy Whiting ever said to anybody that he had been in the company of Sarah Payne. And that was one of the main pieces of forensic evidence that came forward, and I think in my mind was the crucial piece of evidence. If that shoe hadn't been found, Roy Whiting could be at large today.
As forensic evidence directly links Whiting to the murder, he is quickly questioned once more.
Whiting was cold and clinical, nervous, chain-smoking, solicitor-reliant, exhibiting all the behaviours you would expect of a guilty person.
Roy Whiting is charged with Sarah's murder. As he awaits trial, Sarah steers her campaign and sets about changing the system in child protection.
And so we changed everything in a little way. So things like the 4 weeks before they sign on, we brought it down to 72 hours. Signing on in person, they didn't have to do that before. With a photograph now. A photograph may be taken every year. It doesn't have to be, but it may be taken every year. Fingerprints may be taken every year. Doesn't have to be, but they can if they want to. I mean, we've tightened everything now. Everything's tightened. The most fantastic thing that came out of those early meetings, it was the agencies working together. Finally working together.
17 months after Sarah's disappearance, Roy Whiting stands trial.
It's interesting from the point of view of a police officer when a verdict comes out, because you're never in the jury room and you've no idea as to whether or not they'd seen the case in the same way as you had when you lived with it to some extent. I had no doubt whatsoever that by the time that Roy Whiting went to court that he was guilty of the murder of Sarah Payne. No doubt whatsoever in my mind.
Whiting is found guilty of the abduction and murder of Sarah Payne. He pleads not guilty, but the evidence is overwhelming. He receives life imprisonment, and the judge recommends he is never released.
What that gave me and my family is justice, nothing more. Nothing more. It doesn't give us back Sarah. It doesn't change anything in our lives other than the fact that we are afforded the luxury of not having to think about the offender, the person that hurt Sarah. And because of his long sentence, I hope we never do.
Sarah Payne's fight for justice since the murder of her daughter has been relentless, and the changes still being made through her sheer determination are all steps in better protection for children.
I just couldn't imagine how a man could have a previous conviction for hurting a child and still be living in a village with children. You know, still be living in a seaside town, for God's sake. There will always be those that want to hurt children. I don't understand them, I don't want to understand them. I know how they work because I've had to learn. I know what works when it comes to treatment with them. And the only thing that works is for you to stand in between that offender and a child. That's all that works.
The man who murdered Sarah Payne is behind bars, but that will never stop her family fighting to prevent it happening to anyone else. Legislation is becoming stronger, but does this prevent another tragedy?
Well, I don't think that you can ever legislate for what peculiar people do, and the more difficult you make it for people, if they've got a will, they will work at it. They'll work at it like a hobby, they'll work at it like a job, they'll work at it so that they can get to a position where they can do what they want to do.
I mean, I hope that somewhere in the future we will find a way of stopping a first offence, of stopping someone from going down that road. I always remember her with a smile. I miss her every single day of my life, and I will miss her forever. Nothing will ever change that. But I miss not arguing with her. I miss not having those teenage years. I miss her not putting me through sheer hell, slamming doors, hormones, periods, boyfriends, and then the future, that, you know, marriage, children of her own, a good career. All of those things that have been robbed from her were robbed from all of us. We were lucky to have her for the 8 years that we had her. And I'm so glad that we did. I wouldn't take that away for 1 minute.
The family doctor, whose duty was to preserve life, confirmed now as a mass murderer, the full extent of his crimes as yet unknown.
Dr. Harold Frederick Shipman of Hyde, Manchester, murdered 215 of his patients over a 20-year period. His reputation as a caring GP in a close-knit town was a thin veil for his evil killings. He committed the ultimate betrayal in patient-doctor trust and callously murdered with lethal injection, making this a crime that shook Britain.
It's the last thing that you would expect is a well-respected doctor in a small town might be killing his patients.
A man who exercised the ultimate power of controlling life and death.
As far as he was concerned, he was a doctor. It wasn't for people to question what he had done, and it certainly wasn't a matter for the police to be questioning him about.
Even when everything came out, people still couldn't believe that it was Dr. Shipman.
The prosecution alleged that the high GP enjoyed killing his patients.
Whenever Mum spoke about Shipman, he was a wonderful man, and he was very caring and very loyal and did whatever he could. And it seemed very odd that all of a sudden when she died, he turned into this monster.
Harold Shipman ran a busy one-man surgery in a town of 22,000 people. His patients held him in high regard. But Shipman held an unimaginable secret, one that goes against the oath of any doctor. He was killing his patients. In 1998, his cover was blown, and 2 years later, he was convicted of murdering 15 patients. Dr. Shipman is now the biggest single mass murderer the world has ever seen, after he was finally accused of 215 killings.
When I met Dr. Shipman, he wasn't a particularly friendly person. He was quite arrogant and aloof most of the time with his fellow doctors.
He reduced a rep from a pharmaceutical company to tears because he was just so aggressive in the way he was dealing with her.
Shipman was very respected in the community, with families, patients and other professional people.
Mum was always over the moon about how wonderful he was, how well he treated my dad, how well he treated my mum, what a brilliant doctor he was. And I was always, blimey, this came across as a bit of a Superman.
This film will tell the story of serial killer Harold Shipman through the eyewitness accounts of his colleagues from the other local practice and the relatives forced to live with his crimes. November 1997. Dr. Shipman is conducting house calls. Today, he is visiting Marie Quinn, a 67-year-old local lady who has been a loyal patient of his for 20 years. Shipman claims to find Marie unconscious and takes the decision not to resuscitate. He apparently makes a call to a loved one, delivering the devastating news that she has died of a stroke.
We received a call to say that Mrs. Quinn had passed away at home. We were told that we couldn't move her body at the time because there was nobody in the house to let us in. Therefore, we had to wait until after Shipman's surgery had closed and he was going to let us in.
Shipman has a reputation for visiting his elderly patients at home, so when Debbie receives a call from his surgery, it isn't unusual. But today, something seems amiss.
We took Mrs. Quinn to the Chapel of Rest, but we couldn't quite understand why he had a key to let us into the house.
Hello, Debbie.
The funeral directors have started to feel uneasy about some of Shipman's deceased patients. Certain elements just aren't adding up, and now more alarm bells are ringing.
His wife was also with him, which wasn't normal, but we were told that she was there to take the cat away.
Shipman certifies the death from a stroke. Paperwork is filed, and family and friends are left to mourn. Marie didn't appear to be ill, but the expert has given his opinion. Life in Hyde continues. But on the 10th of December, another patient of Shipman dies suddenly at her home. Bianca Pomfret is just 49 years old.
She lived alone and had done for some years. For many years she'd suffered from depression. The day before, when the support worker had spoken to her, she had been well and had not been complaining of any condition, certainly any serious condition.
Bianca thought very highly of her doctor and was well known at his surgery. But her medical complaints were not life-threatening. Now she lies dead, Yet apart from her frequent ailments, she hasn't complained of any other conditions.
On the day that she died, she'd been seen by a neighbour. Later on that day, one of her support workers called her to home, knocked on the door and couldn't get any reply. As a result of that, she contacted Bianca's son, who came round. They got access to the house, found that the door in actual fact was unlocked, and they found Bianca sat in a chair, dead, fully dressed.
Here is another death that doesn't add up. In the following months, the funeral directors grow increasingly concerned. More of Shipman's patients are found in unusual circumstances. By February 1998, Debbie is compelled to share their concerns.
We were a bit uneasy really with the numbers of his patients that were dying at home, and the majority of them were always women. We didn't quite know who to talk to, so I made a decision one day when Dr. Booth came to our chapel of rest to sign some cremation forms to have a word with her.
She was worried that the way that they were being found, didn't seem as though they'd been lying in bed ill. They weren't in their night clothes, they were sat in a chair, fully dressed.
And said, don't you think that you're coming to do to countersign too many of Shipman's forms? It could be that they died at home quite peacefully and naturally. But on the other hand, if things weren't quite right, then we needed to speak to somebody, we needed to reach out to someone.
I was quite shocked as well at what she might be suggesting, that she was suggesting that Dr. Shipman might be killing his patients.
A number of patients now lie dead with no previous major ill health. And the doctor with one of the best reputations in medicine is now under scrutiny.
Really, my first memory was when Sue Booth came knocking, very, very agitated.
Unfortunately, Dr. Patel was in surgery. He was just as horrified and shocked as I was, and I thought, well, we have to discuss it with the whole partnership together and decide what we're going to do.
The undertakers had made some remarks about Shipman, which she had found very upsetting and also very alarming, and that she really wasn't sure what to do next.
More alarming news is about to follow, as Sue Booth is called upon once more.
That weekend, Dr. Reynolds rang me at home and said she had suspicions about Dr. Shipman being a murderer, and she was very concerned and she wanted to discuss it anyway.
As the GPs at the neighbouring practice call an urgent meeting, Shipman goes about his daily duties. Unaware he is under suspicion, he is again conducting house calls. Today, he is visiting one of his loyal patients, 77-year-old Ada Warburton.
She was a fanatical pressure cooker person. She was really well nourished and a fruit and veg fanatic. She took really good care of herself.
Shipman has made an unannounced visit to Ada, but she welcomes him in regardless. Meanwhile, Raj, Sue and colleagues voice their growing concerns.
Normally we had our practice meetings on the premises, but because of the sensitive nature of the discussion, we decided that we'd hold it away from Hyde, so we met in a pub in Heaton Moor.
Harold Shipman told me that Auntie Ada had been in contact with him. She wondered if she'd had a stroke.
Can I ask you to roll your sleeves up? Right. It won't take long. Won't be me.
And he then said that he would go and check on her later in the day.
We knew there was a discrepancy, but one which simply seemed to be anecdotal and observed by people rather than anything based on numbers or figures. We then discussed whether we were talking about possibly some kind of professional incompetence or some kind of malpractice. Linda at that point said, well, she thought that he was perhaps deliberately harming his patients. And this was just a turning point, I think, for all of us. once somebody has made that statement, there is no going back.
He told me that he had found my telephone number by rooting through the bureau when he had come across her will. He'd found my name in her will, and he continued rooting then until he'd found an address book with my telephone number.
We decided that one of the doctors would look at our number of deaths in the previous 2 years in the practice and compare it with the number of certification requests we'd had from Dr. Shipman. If a person wants one of their relatives to be cremated, you need a cremation certificate which has to be signed by 2 doctors.
He never told me anything. It was really weird. And then he said that he thought she'd had a stroke. At this stage I had to stop him and say, well, where is she now? You know, is she in the hospital? Did it not amount to anything? Is she at home? And he then told me that she passed away.
A few days later, the doctors nervously await the results. They urgently need to analyse the death rates between their surgery and Shipman's across the road. Then the figures come through.
They were just astounding that there were something like 41 occasions when Shipman had asked us to countersign cremation forms over many months, and during the same period of time we had only had 14 deaths from around 10,000 people.
You know, at the back of your mind you're thinking, well, this can't be true. It can't be true that a doctor is killing his patients. It's just unbelievable.
March 1998. Officers from Greater Manchester Police launch an investigation into the allegations against Harold Shipman. GPs from a surgery just 20 yards away have discovered an alarming number of deaths from his practice and decide to contact police via the coroner.
We were entirely prepared to be wrong at the time. And I think certainly Linda probably felt more acutely aware of this than anybody else, that here she was coming from outside of Hyde into an area where she had only been practicing for a short time, and she was challenging somebody else's reputation.
Despite the doctor's reservations, matters have to be investigated. D.I. Smith is assigned to the case. His first port of call is Dr. Linda Reynolds. He heads over to Brook Surgery.
The rest of us only worked in Hyde, had only our limited experience of working with Dr. Shipman across the road as a neighbouring doctor. Whereas Linda had come to us from another practice in Reddish, and certainly her experience about doing cremation forms was that she was doing far more for Dr. Shipman since she'd arrived in Hyde than she had been at her previous practice.
She'd also found it suspicious that he'd been present at quite a few of the deaths.
We really did not want any of this to be true. We genuinely wanted somebody just to look at the difference in death rates and simply to say these differences were entirely understandable.
As D.I. Smith and Dr. Reynolds discuss the concerns, one of Shipman's patients, 88-year-old Martha Marley, has just come off the phone to her daughter.
It was the habit of her daughter to actually telephone her mother around about 9 o'clock each morning and around about 6 o'clock each evening. Her daughter rang her as usual around about 9 o'clock. Her mother didn't complain of any illness. She seemed well and bright. And she arranged then to ring her mother later on in the day as usual.
But later that day, routine is broken as Martha's daughter struggles to contact her. Meanwhile, Shipman takes open surgery at his clinic. Whilst across the road, police are being told he might be murdering his patients. It is the details from this initial meeting that determine the nature of the rest of D.I. Smith's inquiry. From his time with Dr. Reynolds, he doesn't place importance on vital information. The relevance of a second doctor signing a cremation form, the availability of a body to autopsy, the difference between the death rates at the two surgeries, and the relevance of interviewing any other doctor at the practice. But this is a unique case, and Smith isn't experienced in this kind of investigation. Now, as D.I. Smith leaves Brooks Surgery, Dr. Shipman is busy with his other patients. At 6:45 p.m, Martha Marley is found dead at her home.
The paramedics were summoned to Martha's home and obviously found that she had died. The cause of death given by Shipman subsequently was that she had died from old age.
A body now lies in the morgue with similar characteristics of other patient deaths. Alone, at home, and with no major health complaints. But the investigation heads in another direction, and doctors at Brooks Surgery carry on as normal. Police haven't advised to do anything different should another death occur. But just 2 days later, another cremation form arrives from Shipman.
I was far more aware that this particular death may well be under police scrutiny.
As the investigation gets underway and Martha Marley's body waits to be put to rest, another of Shipman's recently deceased patients, Ada Warburton, who Shipman visited 6 days ago, now also lies dead.
When I was told that she had died, I was absolutely stunned. I was stunned because I spoke to her very often, and had she been ill, she would have mentioned it.
2 bodies could now hold the key to Shipman's crimes, but this avenue remains undetected. D.I. Smith instead turns his attention to the town hall to discover how many deaths have been registered by Shipman in the last 6 months.
It appears that in searching registers that some of the deaths were actually missed, and there was a smaller number actually given to D.I. Smith than in actual fact Shipman had been involved in.
Police are led to believe they are dealing with a lower number of potential deaths than is the case. Discreet investigations continue. All the while, Shipman goes about his duties as normal. And 2 potential victims lie in the mortuary, about to be cremated. Dr. Reynolds believes these might hold the vital clues needed.
He had mentioned at one point to CID that there were 2 bodies at the undertakers that could have been examined by post-mortem.
Linda thought that the police would be looking into that, just as a normal follow-up to that inquiry. I'm now of the opinion that the police didn't look at that.
When Shipman phoned me on the Friday night when he told me that Auntie Ada had died, he told me that he'd informed the police because the house had to be secured. So whilst he was speaking to me, the policeman actually came into the room. The policeman took the telephone from Shipman, and he was the first to mention post-mortem. In less than 10 seconds, it was quite apparent that Shipman had he'd managed to tell him that this wouldn't be necessary.
No autopsies have been ordered. Vital evidence could be lost forever. Later that day, Ada Warburton is cremated.
Anyone who knows me knows that had I been discreetly asked to give permission for post-mortem, I wouldn't have liked it, but I would have gone along with it to help an investigation.
The coroner nor D.I. Smith is aware of Ada's death. They are also unaware of Martha Marley's death, who was cremated the very next day. It is now 1 week into the investigation. D.I. Smith needs to see if there are any discrepancies in the deaths registered by Shipman. He decides to visit Dr. Banks at the West Pennine Health Authority. Dr. Banks deals with complaints about health practitioners in the area.
Dr. Banks's opinion was that there was nothing out of the ordinary with those notes and the action that was taken by Dr. Shipman. It may well have reassured him that there was no medical evidence to suggest that Shipman had been involved in the deaths of these individuals.
Shipman, on the other hand, seemed to have, appeared to have, a lot of elderly patients and retired people. And again, this seemed to indicate that there were differences in what he would experience and what we would experience.
If police were to search Shipman's practice profile, they discover he has a less than average list of elderly patients and a smaller percentage of females than any other practice in Thameside, blowing the myth that most of his patients are old and female. The chance for autopsies has now passed, and to D.I. Smith there appears to be nothing of concern in Shipman's records. But before closing the case, D.I. Smith visits the local cemetery to look into the number of cremations.
What he wanted from there was details of the undertakers that had been involved in the burying or in the cremation of individuals in order that he could conduct inquiries.
Meanwhile, Debbie Massey, the funeral director who first raised the alarm, hasn't been contacted about the deaths.
We were surprised that we hadn't been interviewed and asked questions on our concerns.
Relatives of the deceased are also unaware Shipman may have killed their loved ones.
At the time of Auntie Ada's death, I knew absolutely nothing of the rumours, of the police investigation.
Afterwards, of course, with hindsight, it's very easy to say, if I'd have been there, I'd have said I want a post-mortem. You can't say that. I had no need to ask for one, no reason to ask for one, because I didn't really understand why it should be necessary.
Police who attended some of the deaths haven't been contacted either. No checks have been made on the police national computer or with the General Medical Council to see if Shipman has any previous criminal history. If D.I. Smith were to look, he'd discover Shipman is a man with a sketchy past.
Shipman was convicted of offences relating to his abuse of pethidine. What he was doing was obtaining drugs illicitly by forging orders, which he was then using to inject himself. He was convicted at the local magistrates' court and received a heavy fine, although the General Medical Council took the view at that stage that no punishment should be imposed on him by themselves. He received a period of treatment and resumed practice around about 6 months later.
A vital piece of the jigsaw is missing. Police are unaware they are dealing with a man with a history of drug abuse. Possible victims have been cremated. Tests may have revealed high levels of diamorphine, but the case is closed.
I just breathed a huge sigh of relief at the time. I just thought that was good news as far as I was concerned, as I really didn't want there to be any truth in any of those observations.
Dr. Reynolds was still unhappy with the outcome of the investigation, so we agreed that we would just keep a close eye on the situation, but the bottom line had to be that the police said everything was okay.
Police seem convinced the popular GP is guilty of nothing more than caring for his patients, but Dr. Shipman goes on to kill 3 more women. 3 months have passed since police investigated claims that Dr. Shipman was murdering his patients. His colleagues remain on edge while Shipman remains in practice and seemingly untouchable. Today, he is visiting the home of Mrs. Kathleen Grundy, the former mayoress of Hyde. It is 8:30 a.m. and he has allegedly come to take a blood sample.
She was a lovely lady, a really lovely lady. Very friendly, extremely friendly with my mum.
Despite the fact that she was in her early 80s, she helped to serve meals to the elderly.
She was certainly very active in that whenever I saw her, she was always very well, and she was always another one who rushed around everywhere.
It's a busy day for Kathleen. She's an active woman who rises early and gets on with her day. In a few hours' time, she is due at the community centre to help out as usual, but finds time for Dr. Shipman beforehand. It is now 11:55 a.m, and friends John Green and Ronald Pickford are concerned Kathleen hasn't shown up at the luncheon club. They make the short walk to Joel Lane to check on her.
They found her door unlocked. They went inside because there was no answer to repeated knocking, and they found Kathleen dead on the settee in the lounge, fully dressed.
Dr. Shipman is called out immediately and certifies Kathleen's death as old age. Her family and friends, although massively shocked by the sudden death, pay tribute to her the following week. She's laid to rest at Hyde Chapel, near to her parents. But Kathleen's legacy doesn't end here. Her message from beyond the grave is about to blow the lid on the country's biggest serial killer.
Angela Woodruff was contacted by Hamilton Ward's solicitors only a few days after her mother's burial and tell her that they were in possession of a will, allegedly made by her mother, in which all her assets had been left to Dr. Shipman.
Kathleen's daughter Angela is left baffled by the news. Why leave a legacy to someone who wasn't particularly close? After a copy of the will is faxed through, Angela, a solicitor herself, heads straight to Hyde to investigate further.
In the body of the will, it talks about leaving my house. In actual fact, her mother owned 2 houses and obviously would have known that. So consequently, had she genuinely prepared that will, she would have talked about 2 houses. The general condition of the will, the way it had been prepared, it looked very, very amateurish. Kathleen Grundy had been a very particular individual, very neat person, and in actual fact hand wrote everything. Having seen the documents, Angela became extremely concerned. She decided that before she went to the police, she would make some inquiries of her own. One of the things that she did was to get out the paying-in slips for the Age Concern shop where Kathleen Grundy did the paying in. She wanted to compare the signatures on that with the signatures supposedly made by her mother on the will.
The signatures don't match. Angela needs to probe further. When she quizzes witnesses on the document, her fears grow.
Several days before he killed her, he actually got 2 members of the public who were sitting waiting in the waiting room to come into his surgery to sign a form. They believed that that was probably an insurance proposal form, something similar. What he said was that it was probably an insurance form. She asked him to sign it. He wouldn't get involved in anything like that, so he asked 2 members of the public. If that's the case, he would never have seen the will form and he would never have touched it. But his fingerprints were on it.
Kathleen had also been a picture of health shortly before her death, chatting with an old friend. Her meticulous diary showed she was expecting Shipman on that day to take a blood sample.
Subsequent inquiries revealed that no such survey was taking place. And in fact, in respect of Shipman's explanation, the blood sample that he allegedly took that morning did not turn up. It had not been sent to the pathology lab, and it wasn't still in his surgery.
For a second time, Harold Shipman comes to police attention. And now, the devastating facts are going to be irrefutable. No blood was taken from Mrs. Grundy. Shipman's elaborate plan is about to be foiled. He has callously murdered Kathleen and tried to forge her will to inherit nearly £400,000.
There was a headline on Radio 4, Tameside doctor accused of murder and forging a will. As soon as I heard that news report, I was convinced he was guilty of my mum's death.
It's a cold summer evening in Hyde, Manchester. Police take the dramatic decision to exhume the body of Kathleen Grundy. Detective Superintendent Bernard Postles now leads the case. They fear Kathleen has been killed by her GP, Harold Shipman. Whispers in town are now in overdrive. Has the doctor, with over 3,000 patients, been killing those who gave him their unquestionable trust?
By the 1st of August, only 5 days after Angela expressed her concerns, we exhumed the body of her mother. Forensic tests needed to be carried out. In addition to that, the typewriter had been recovered from Dr. Shipman's surgery, which we believed had been used to prepare the will and the letter that accompanied it.
Mid-August. Shipman is well aware he is under suspicion for murder and forgery, but he carries on regardless, seeing patient after patient and even joking with those he treats. Whilst officers swoop on his surgery to seize other potential evidence, he shows only contempt for the inconvenience caused.
There appear to be further new concerns somewhere along the line that we haven't been involved with, but clearly, somebody is looking into this again.
We thought we'd put it all behind us, and then now it's starting again. And of course, the horrific numbers that were going to come out subsequently, we had no idea it was going to be as big as that.
The town of Hyde, Manchester, is in turmoil. Dr. Harold Shipman, one of its most popular GPs, is under police scrutiny, suspected of murder. Officers have now exhumed a body for tests, and property has been seized from Shipman's home and surgery. September 1998. Dr. Harold Frederick Shipman is arrested. To avoid a media scrum, they allow him to make his own way to Ashton Police Station with a solicitor. The police now have damning evidence.
The results came back from the toxicology tests, indicating that it was diamorphine that was in Kathleen Grundy's body. In terms of the will, the tests that were carried out showed that the will had been prepared on the typewriter, which was owned by Dr. Shipman, and that the signatures on it were probably forgeries.
Dr. Shipman's fabricated world is closing in, but he still defiantly keeps his composure. He strongly believes he'll be released after questioning later that day, but he never steps out of custody again.
He appeared in a confident manner, that this was perhaps an inconvenience to him, and my belief is that he fully expected to be leaving the police station within a few hours.
The devastation and magnitude of Shipman's crimes is overbearing for the whole community. As Shipman is charged with Kathleen's murder, police decide to exhume further patients. Ironically, Shipman's surgery is flooded with support from some loyal patients, hoping this is nothing more than a witch hunt or terrible misunderstanding.
He was so well respected in the town and well liked. The patients loved him. They all wanted to be on his list. He was a very popular doctor.
Harold Shipman has stood trial for the last 4 months.
It became apparent something was about to happen, and we got a whisper that they've come to a decision.
It was getting more and more difficult to question the amount of evidence that seemed to be mounting up against him.
Then it came to the first one of cremation, guilty. And then there was this big sigh, and then guilty of the next one. And the various relatives then who were sat behind me, whose relatives had been cremated, it's wrong to say a sigh of relief. It's a relief, I think, that it was over, but a sigh of horror that their relative had been murdered.
Shipman is convicted of 15 counts of murder and forging a will. Tight-lipped and defiant as ever, he is led away to start 15 life-term imprisonments and a concurrent 4-year term for forgery.
And I think by that point all of us were expecting that he was going to be found guilty of some of the deaths. But it still came as an enormous shock to find that he was convicted of 15.
My recommendation is that you should spend the remainder of your days in prison.
shows no remorse, nor gives any explanation.
The fact that Shipman never spoke about the murders suits me fine. I had got no desire to listen to anything that man had to say.
Shipman's colleagues from Brooks Surgery and the funeral directors were right all along. From their first suspicions, it now transpires the doctor went on to kill 3 more women before finally being charged.
When my sister phoned me to say, Mum's died, I had an appalling reaction. I said, you're joking. Well, of course, you don't joke on something like that. I just didn't know what to say, because having seen her 2 days before in a picture of health, how could she die?
You know, could we have prevented their deaths during that summer? You know, I feel terribly saddened for the families of those ladies.
He was really cold, nasty, rather derogatory about my mum, saying that she'd been suffering from angina, she'd been an awkward, cantankerous old lady, she wouldn't take her tablets, and it's not his fault she died. And it seemed very odd that all of a sudden when she died, he turned into this monster.
He was going out to harm the very people he was supposed to help. And that was probably the single lowest point for me personally. And to a certain degree, we almost felt guilty by association.
No comment. Dr. Shipman, we have reason to believe you have murdered Kathleen.
The big downfall for Dr. Shipman, in actual fact, was the way that he had actually maintained records. They weren't consistent. Certainly the medical records which he had altered weren't consistent with other records kept around about the time of the deaths, with the death certificates, with the cremation certificates, and with the actual paper medical records. They weren't consistent with the stories that he told to members of families or to neighbours at the time. It was towards the end of the interview in relation to the first death that he was faced with irrefutable evidence that he had altered computerised medical records, that he actually broke down, and from that point on was uncooperative in any interviews that took place.
No comment.
People are also questioning the motive. Apart from forging a will, there appears to be no clear reason. Rumours that Shipman asked for a keepsake after a death are now rife, and some relatives report missing jewellery, but no answers are given. Shipman reveals nothing.
Her sister, Auntie Esther, she bought her the most beautiful necklace. And personally, this beautiful necklace was a thank you from one sister to another. And we've never seen that since Harold Shipman went through the bureau.
My mum's wedding ring wasn't on her finger, but it was a band. It was a gold band. There's no way you could identify it with the dozens and dozens of other gold bands that we found. But that wasn't the motive for killing these people. It couldn't have been just for little bits of trinkets like that. That was just something he took after the event.
Shipman has now been in prison for 4 years. In the aftermath of his trial, a full inquiry looked into the death of every single patient Shipman ever had, suspecting there to be more victims. And now the true horror comes to light.
This was an enormous case. I don't think that there has ever been a case as large as this, certainly in terms of the numbers of deaths.
To find out that the figure was well above 200, set at 215 at the very least, if not more, was deeply, deeply crushing, and it really damaged my confidence as a doctor.
I knew it was a lot. I had no idea it was going to run to the hundreds.
Shipman's killing spree spanned more than 20 years. With his first victim, allegedly in 1975, Mrs. Eva Lyons. Despite the growing number of victims now coming to light, police decide not to press any more charges.
23 families had been in contact with the police and they understood that there would be a second trial. When they discovered afterwards that there was to be no second trial, they were very angry.
There were two reasons. One, the trial judge had said that the sentence of life imposed on Harold Shipman would actually mean life and that he would never leave prison. The second reason was that the enormous publicity which had surrounded the trial meant that any future trial could not be fair.
They were particularly angered because they were notified of it by letter, and if memory serves me right, the letter was posted through their doors in the early hours of the morning, and yet the story had clearly been released to the newspapers the day before.
How could a serial killer go undetected for so long? Some would say the warning signs were there, but this is a calculating, dishonest man who fooled those who trusted him for over 2 decades. Shipman managed to obtain drugs dishonestly for years. His drugs bill at the surgery was also 60% above the health authority average.
And as much as there were suspicions being aroused at the time, the level of trust that existed in doctors allowed him to dissipate these suspicions with relative ease and to deceive everyone around him, including myself, who he deceived over and over again.
There were other families who just simply didn't believe that it was true and thought that the judge and the jury had got it wrong. And I think that even during the inquiry and even after the report came out, there were still families who just didn't believe what they were hearing.
As a result of the murders, the Shipman inquiry made some major recommendations to the health authority in monitoring practitioners.
There have been massive changes in regulation of doctors and health professionals since Shipman. Doctors now face a scheme of revalidation where they will have to undergo a kind of MOT style of check to allow them to keep their registration in order to practice as a doctor. There will also be systems put in place that allow recording of concerns around behaviours, conduct, practice. The General Medical Council is now becoming a body which is far more concerned about the well-being of the public and its patients than the profession it previously represented.
Will this ever prevent another Shipman?
He was a one-off. I don't think there'll ever be anyone like that again. I mean, obviously there are serial killers in various different types of life. He just had the access to kill people and maybe got away with it longer because he was a doctor.
Impossible, I think, to stop somebody doing it again. What we can stop doing again is the fact carrying it out 215 times.
Over a 23-year period, Dr. Harold Shipman murdered 215 loyal patients by lethal injections. The true death toll could actually be closer to 500. Countless families are now left picking up the pieces from one man's actions and his betrayal of their trust.
I think the hardest thing for the families was actually thinking about their relative dying. What was it that he said when he was injecting them with diamorphine?
She's thought of pretty much every day. She's missed so much. There's an engagement in the family. There's a baby born. She's the first person everybody wanted to tell and she's not there.
You can't afford to let bitterness and hatred dominate everything you do because you just become a bitter and twisted person yourself and Shipman's won.
Harold Shipman committed suicide in Wakefield Prison in 2004. He never offered any explanation for his crimes.
Procedures have been tightened up now, but I wouldn't put money on it not happening again.
In 1992, 25-year-old Stephanie Slater was kidnapped and locked inside a coffin for 8 torturous days. Her attacker, Michael Sams, had already killed before. If Stephanie's employers didn't give in to his demands and release thousands of pounds, she would be murdered, making this a crime that shook Britain.
In a few minutes, you'll hear the voice of the man who kidnapped Stephanie Slater. It's the voice of someone who may well have been involved in other major crimes, of course, including murder.
He had the knife at my throat, he's over me, he's panting, and he just says, "If you move again, I'll slit your throat."
The ransom money was dropped near the village of Oxspring in the Barnsley area of Yorkshire. The kidnapper escaped with the money.
This man had also committed a murder in the past. We potentially have got a situation where once Stephanie's life was in grave danger.
He said, "The only way you'll find Slater is when she's dead. If you ain't got her back in 24 hours, that's it."
Stephanie Slater was an intelligent young estate agent. She had a whole life ahead of her. But on the 22nd of January 1992, this all changed. Michael Sams kidnapped Stephanie at knife point and held her company to ransom. He wanted £175,000 in return for her life. This film will tell the story of Stephanie Slater through the eyewitness accounts of the people at the centre of the kidnap. Wednesday morning. Stephanie has been with Birmingham estate agent Shipways for just 6 weeks. Today, she has an appointment in the diary arranged by letter last week.
People would just normally phone up to book an appointment. You take their details over the phone and then you go to the appointment when you'd arranged the time to do that. But with this, it was a letter. There was no phone confirmation whatsoever. So the day in question, on the Wednesday morning, myself and Jane, the other girl, looked through the diary and I said, "Look, I tell you what, Jane, I'll do this appointment because he hasn't confirmed. So he probably isn't going to be there. So you go with Kevin on that valuation and I'll do this."
Stephanie deals with other inquiries before rushing to the viewing 2 minutes away on Turnberry Road.
I just said, "Mr. Southall?" He said yes. And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry I'm a bit late." He didn't say anything.
The house has been vacant for some time. The man shows some interest before being shown upstairs.
It was a normal house viewing. I've done hundreds and hundreds in my time. To hurry up the viewing because I had the feeling that he wasn't interested in the house. So I said, "Do you want to go upstairs? Have a look up there." I think he said something about, "Is that double glazed?" referring to the side window, which I said yes it was, because all of the upstairs, I believe, was double glazed, especially, well, the bathroom definitely was.
An unsuspecting Stephanie allows the man a cursory look around the top floor while she waits in one of the bedrooms. But what is about to happen will change her life forever.
This moment in time, he was looking around the house. I didn't think he was that interested, so I just walked off into one of the rooms. Because it's early in the morning, you want to get back to the warm office and your cup of coffee, and sometimes that's how it is, you know, you don't want to be in a freezing cold house, and I don't know, sometimes you get a bit complacent. So I walked past him and started to walk down the stairs. It was at this point he suddenly took an interest. He said, "What's that up there?" So in order to answer his question, I have to walk past him to see what he's actually pointing at. And it was just a hook on the wall. I said, "What, this? This is just for a flannel or a towel to be hung on." And he didn't answer me, which I found strange because he'd asked a question. So as I turned around, he just suddenly changed. All I can remember was him. He seemed to grow bigger, huge. He seemed to be flying through the air at me. His face was all contorted. It takes a couple of seconds for your brain to register that this is danger. And it was absolute and total sheer terror, because you realise now, oh my God. That's the only thing that goes through your head is, oh my God. He pulled his hands up in front of him and he got flashes of silver coming out of his hands. The flashes of silver were weapons. One was a knife, the other was a flat chisel with a hook on the end of it. Horrible things. I just thought, I've got to get past him, I've got to get round him, I've got to get out of here. Now he's shouting at me, he's screaming at me, he's got the weapons in my face, he's trying to overpower me. I'm in this fight with this grubby little man, you know, this doesn't happen surely to God. And I just thought he was going to cut me or rape me. There was nothing to pick up to help myself, to attack him back with. There was nothing to defend myself with. I got nothing on me apart from a key. My face was getting nicked with the knife. Bits of my hair were coming off because he was cutting it with the knife. I reached out for the weapons, I grabbed them, and we were fighting over them now because I wouldn't let go. And I bent the chisel. I thought, well, that's one I've got rid of, and I don't know what happened to it. It was useless to him. But the other knife I've still got in my hand, and he's saying, let it go, and I won't, you see, because that's what it's going to hurt me with. What I've got here is what could kill me. I'm not letting it go, and I didn't. I held on to it. And then, of course, to get it back, he pulled it hard down through my hand. I looked down at my hand, and he then jumped on me, and he grabbed my hair from behind and twisted it round, so he wrenched my head back, and then he pushed me over the side of the bath, and he was going, go on, get your legs in, get your legs in. And I can just remember looking up at this mirror, and in this mirror I could see my face and my neck and the knife sticking right here. He's above me holding the knife to my throat, saying, I'm going to slit your throat, I'm going to cut your throat if you start screaming.
Wednesday, 22nd of January. 15 minutes ago, Stephanie Slater was confronted in a frenzied attack. What she thought was a normal viewing of her property has now turned into a struggle to save her life.
And I said, all right, you've got me. All right, you've got me. Don't harm me, please remember I'm human. And that did seem to work.
Stephanie is overpowered and forced downstairs at knife point.
I thought he was going to tie me up, and in that house he was going to rape me. Then he tied a noose around my neck. So then I thought, no, he's going to hang me. And then he said, where are your keys? And I said, what keys? He said, the car keys. And I thought, oh, he wants the car. He can have the bloody car. So I said, I left them downstairs on the cabinet in the entrance hall. And so now he's walking me down the stairs one step at a time, holding me by this rope that's at the back of my neck. Because the rope I thought he was going to hang me from, he wants it as a dog leash. So I can't run off. And he's got the knife sticking into my back, and he's walking me down the steps one step at a time. We get to the bottom. And I realise it isn't the key he wants. It's me. And so I said, the keys are in my pocket.
Despite Stephanie's cry for help, nobody comes to the rescue.
Okay. This was the worst time for me because I'm sitting on the stairs. I can look up in front of me, and I've left the front door open, like you always should. And as I went to push down on my legs to quickly lever myself up to get me out that front door, it was like I didn't have legs from the knees down. It was like they weren't there. I'd gone into shock so much I couldn't even feel my lower legs. By now he's blindfolded me anyway, and I'm thinking, oh, that's it. You've just signed your own death warrant.
The petrified and vulnerable estate agent is now forced from the house with a knife to her side and led to the attacker's waiting car. Stephanie now vanishes from Birmingham without a trace. Unbeknown to Stephanie, she is being driven over 70 miles northeast to Newark. Although blindfold, she tries to take in details of the journey.
You know, the timings, how long she'd stopped. She recalled at one stage them stopping it, then she heard trains going by. You know, did she have the sun in the face? Was it on this side, that side? So all this information is being pulled together.
As Stephanie slips further away, concerned colleagues are now aware she hasn't returned to the office.
Kevin and the other girl in the office, Jane, they actually drove past Turnberry Road and my car was still outside, and they commented to each other that, oh, she's been there a long time, hope she's okay.
And as her boss and colleagues now grow increasingly worried, the attacker's car grinds to a halt, and the journey takes an unusual twist.
He stopped the car. We were somewhere quiet away from traffic. And he kind of half sat me up, said, "No screaming, I have the knife," and he took down the gag. And he said, "I don't know whether you realise, but you've been kidnapped." I almost laughed because I thought, well, my family's got no money. You've got the wrong person here, you know. And then he said, "I'm going to be asking Shipways for £175,000 for your safe return." And he said, "We're going to make a tape to your boss." He said, I've written out the ransom note," he said, "but you're going to speak it. So I've got a tape recorder here."
Stephanie has now been kidnapped for 3 hours, and the horror is about to unfold with her boss, Kevin Watts.
The police first heard about Stephanie's disappearance when a phone call was made to Shipways, which was where Stephanie worked, to the manager Kevin Watts. Now, they knew that Stephanie had gone to this house to allow a viewing with a client. There was an indication that there was going to be a letter sent.
As Kevin Watts takes in the enormity of what he's just been told, Stephanie is being driven further from their reach.
Kevin doesn't know what to do. So he phones his boss and tells him what's happened. And his boss sort of says words to the effect that, "Well, this is bigger than us, Kev. We've got to do something. We've got to tell the police. But you tell them quietly what's happened. Tell them they're not supposed to know, and we'll do all this covertly." Well, within 5 minutes of his phone call, there were uniformed officers at Turnberry Road and at Shipways. The kidnapper could still be watching the house. He could be watching here. If he sees police everywhere, she's dead.
Police now take on board the seriousness of Stephanie's disappearance. All the while, her ordeal deepens. The kidnapper has just pulled in to a quiet lay-by.
He turned off the engine and he said something like, "Oh, do you want a cup of tea and a ham sandwich?" And I thought, what? You've done all this to me. I'm cut and bleeding and bruised and you've injured me, and now you're offering me a bloody picnic.
Stephanie's colleagues and police have no idea of her whereabouts. As officers search the property she vanished from, they find some alarming clues.
There had been a struggle in the bathroom. There was evidence of a small amount of blood. There was also evidence that they'd gone out through the back French windows, probably into the garage. Stephanie's nowhere to be found. A vehicle's there. The scenes of a struggle, and it was looking fairly grim at that stage.
Police make the difficult decision to inform Stephanie's parents.
And when I got home, there was a police sergeant and another girl, and Stephanie's gaffer, Kevin Watts, and I asked straight away, and I said, "What's the problem? What's the trouble?" And they said, "Well, Stephanie went to an house this morning and we haven't seen her since she disappeared dinner time." You actually think the worst at the moment, and you think, well, what could have happened, see? And there's all different things running through your head.
It is now 6 p.m. As Stephanie's parents take in the devastating news, the kidnapper pulls in to their final destination.
He said, "No screaming, not that anybody's going to hear you out here." He shuffled me across like a gravel driveway, and I heard him pull open a very heavy sounding metal door. He led me in, through on cobblestones. I can remember them being under my feet. And now we're inside the workshop. And he took me through to the back and sat me on a chair and tied me with thick rope to the chair. I can remember thinking, this is it. You're going to die in here.
Estate agent Stephanie Slater has been kidnapped from an empty property. Blindfold and held at knife point, she has been driven over 70 miles from her hometown in Birmingham. Her colleagues are aware of her disappearance after a terrifying phone call from her attacker. Police have now scrambled to the property to find her blood in the bath. Stephanie has now been missing for over 7 hours.
In the first instance, it was very, very low key, but we did have a police station that was more or less given to us as the joint inquiry. I had officers down from West Yorkshire working with the West Midlands officers.
Over 2 hours from home, an exhausted Stephanie has been dragged into a filthy workshop. Her attacker has rendered her defenceless, and Stephanie is becoming more confused by his behaviour.
He went behind me. He was touching my hair, pulling his hands through it. And you just see in your mind horror stories and horror films over and over again where someone's behind you stroking your hair and then suddenly there's an axe coming down on top of you or something. That's what was going through my mind. Why is he doing that? It was creeping me out. And he said, right, take your clothes off. I've got clothes here for you to wear. And I thought suddenly, no chance. No way, you're not undressing me. No, you're not taking my modesty as well. And I flatly refused. And they started to make him angry. And he said, I'm not having this. Take your clothes off. You're sitting there blindfolded and you can't see anything. And all you can hear is a footstep here or there. And where you hear the footstep, you turn because you know he's there or he's there behind you. And suddenly he was here right next to me. And he said something like, what about Susie Lamplugh? And I thought, oh my God. It was like a bolt of ice went through me. Of course I knew the name. Of course I knew. She was an estate agent. She was like me. She went missing in '86. I don't know what was behind that remark, but if he was trying to frighten me, he was doing a damn good job.
Stephanie has now been missing for over 9 hours. An apparent victim of a kidnap attempt, she has limited knowledge of what lies ahead. Just as she is led to believe she's being held for ransom, her ordeal becomes even more horrific.
So in the end, when he threatened me again with the knife, I undressed. He took my hands via the handcuff chain in between. And with one of his hands, he pulled my hands above my head. And with his other hand, he said, right, you're lying back. And with his other hand, he pushed it into my chest. And he pushed me back hard onto the mattress. And then he crawled on top of me at an angle. And he proceeded to rape me. And he bit me, you know. That was the worst. It was the biting, my face and my neck, my chest, my shoulders. You really bit me. But I thought, no, you know what? I'm not going to scream. I'm not going to shout out. You're not going to get off on this. If you're going to kill me, then so be it, but you're not going to go out in any glory. And then he got off in silence. He wiped me down all over with a damp cloth. And then he gave me men's clothes to wear. And he said, and that won't happen again. Not that it were much. And this changed me, the rape. It changed me completely because I wasn't scared anymore. I wasn't frightened anymore because I felt so dead inside. And as a woman, he's kind of done everything he can do to me now to hurt me. There's nothing else. I feel indestructible now because you know what? I really didn't care anymore.
As the threat to Stephanie's life increases, police are unaware they are dealing with a violent rapist. Back in Birmingham, they pull in resources from West Yorkshire from officers working on a similar case. Their next step is to reach the package sent to Shipways as quickly as possible.
The police looked through the sorting office that night to try and sort of get a little bit of a march on the kidnapper. If they could get the letter a little bit earlier, they might be able to have more time to make decisions.
Stephanie's attacker has carefully constructed a makeshift coffin inside a bin, indicating this is a man who has calculated his attack. He now reminds her of the chilling danger she is facing.
I didn't care if I lived or died anymore. I felt nothing. And so when he said to me, I hope you're not claustrophobic, I shrugged my shoulders and I said no. And he said, that's good, because you're going in a box within a box.
In Birmingham, police are desperate to uncover the package sent to Stephanie's boss. It could hold vital clues to her whereabouts. Eventually, they uncover it.
Within that first letter were the demands. There was a tape where the kidnapper had hurriedly recorded Stephanie's voice, obviously to give it authenticity, and some demands in the letter.
It found them to say there was a tape in the post at Birmingham, and they grabbed down the sorting office and found this tape, and they brought it back and they played it to Betty and I, just to confirm it was Stephanie.
This is Stephanie Slater. The time is 11:45. I can assure you I am okay and unharmed. Providing these instructions are carried out, I will be released on Friday the 31st of January. For next Wednesday you will need an ordnance survey map.
As Stephanie's voice rings out to those closest to her, she has no idea if the tape has even been sent. The threat to her life is increasing by the minute, and now the kidnapper inflicts more terror.
He said you've got to get into it like a sleeping bag. So I get halfway down, I can't get any further. It's too narrow, it's too tight. And I told him this, and he said, that's rubbish. He said, you've got to go in there. I got in there early when I tried it out. He said, it's easy. Push yourself in, get down, you've got to go in. He said, no two ways about it. Then he told me there were boulders above the bar, above my head, and if I pulled on them, they'd come down and they'd crush me to death. And then my hands were pulled above my head to the left of me, and via the handcuff chain they were attached to a metal bar that went across the top of the box. So I'm in a corkscrewed kind of position, totally twisted. My back was in terrible, terrible agony. And now he's pushing something very sharp up my right trouser leg. He said, can you feel that? And I said, that is really hurting. And he said, good, it's supposed to, those are electrodes. You move around in that box and they'll electrocute you, they'll kill you instantly.
Stephanie now lies in grave danger. One slight move will cost her her life. As police try to decipher the ransom note, they call for an immediate media blackout. They can't risk agitating the kidnapper. Another concern is some horrifying similarities in the ransom to a crime West Yorkshire officers are also trying to solve.
I mean, we were dealing with the murder of Julie Dart, which we'd linked to an extortion with British Rail, which was in, the murder was in July 91 and the extortion in October. We'd received a demand letter for, in the Julie Dart case. The phraseology used in the letters was similar. There were similar misspellings of words in the letters. So we were able to put this sort of circumstantial case together that this could well be the same man.
I was always in fear for my life, and I thought, yes, he could get the money and he could kill me.
25-year-old estate agent Stephanie Slater has been kidnapped and brutally raped at the hands of a vicious attacker. She has now been forced to lie in a makeshift coffin. If she moves, she dies. Meanwhile, police officers have just picked up a ransom demand and chillingly linked her attacker to a murder 6 months previously. Their next move is crucial, as Stephanie's life hangs in the balance.
The kidnapper wanted Kevin Watts to be the courier. There's obviously very high-level decisions to make here, because if, as we suspected at that time, this man had also committed a murder in the past, we potentially have got a situation where, one, Stephanie's life was in grave danger, and also potentially Kevin Watts.
The police have to carefully decide their next move. One wrong decision will end Stephanie's life. Pressure mounts as the hours go by. They have no leads on her whereabouts. Meanwhile, she has only just survived the night.
I was going into hypothermia, and he said don't pull on the metal bar because of the boulders. So as my arms are getting numb, they're getting heavy, and I can't feel what they're doing, whether they're pulling on the bar or whatever. And I can still remember to this day lying in the box, and I've got my thumb on my chin like that because I'm trying to hold it up. Then I just couldn't feel anything. My whole body went numb, and then I was shivering, and then I dropped, my body kind of dropped, and again I pulled on the bar, but the boulder stayed there. But as the night wore on, to be honest with you, I didn't really care if that bar came down. I didn't want to be there for him in the morning. And then I saw a white light in the corner of the box. And I said to myself quite openly, oh right, now you're losing your mind. You're blindfolded in a black box, and now you're seeing a light. And inside that light was the face of Christ. As I say, I don't go to church, I'm not religious, and I felt quite privileged to have seen this. And I just felt at ease all of a sudden and felt peace. I thought I'd died. I'd simply fallen asleep.
As each hour slowly ticks by, Stephanie bears the brunt of the kidnapper's strange behaviour. His mind games are almost too much to bear.
He did come back not long after. I honestly think to this day he was really shocked that how close to death I probably looked and how ill and pale I probably was. And he had to half carry me to a chair, and he sat me on the chair and he gave me a cup of tea. He must have been watching me. He said, you can't move your arms at all. And I said, well, I was frozen in that box last night. And then the tea was abruptly taken away from me. And I thought, oh, damn, I've complained, I've said something. You are treading on eggshells all the time. And then I didn't know where he was. I couldn't sense him. I couldn't hear that footstep or any movement. He was down on his hands and knees. And he takes my left arm and he rubs it hard. So there you go, is that better? Can you feel that now? Is that better? Is that getting warmer? How about this one? Moves round. That one, how's that arm? As surreal as this was, and it was very strange, I suppose it was at this stage, initially I thought, maybe, just maybe, there's a spark of humanity in him. Maybe there's something worth working on.
But police already fear they are now dealing with a man who has killed before, and he could strike again.
As soon as possible in case he rings.
After the kidnapper's first contact, officers now decide to plant devices should he call again.
And there's only me could answer the phone. Ellie had got to call me and press a button. So, you know, I'd got a card what to say. When the phone went, Ellie came, told me when to pick the receiver up, and she pressed what button she got to. So then she'd say, right, speak.
It would be important to us as an investigation to have a record of his voice. Also, if he gave any instructions and he spoke to Stephanie's parents, they may not be maybe in a state of shock and not remember the detail.
And other elements are now firmly in place, as officers, colleagues and family are poised for the kidnapper's next move.
I mean, there's many different roles in a kidnap inquiry such as this, and one of them would be family liaison officers, who would be, in this case, with Stephanie's parents.
We never went out the house till the night she came back, but they made sure we ate, and they kept us occupied.
So we have to keep them informed and also protect them, and also be aware that there might be a phone call comes into their house.
Sunday afternoon, 5 days into the ordeal, the kidnapper surfaces again.
Hello, what is later? We might be having a sandwich or doing something, and the phone went about 2 o'clock. Picked it up, and it was Stephanie on the phone. But it was a tape.
I want you to say, hello, this is Stephanie here.
Hello, it's Stephanie here. They have allowed me to send a message to you. Just to let you know, I am all right and unharmed. I hear that West Bromwich Albion lost yesterday to Swansea, 3-2.
I looked at Ellie and I said, that's Stephanie today.
I want you to know I love you. I am not to say too much, but whatever the outcome, I'll always love you. Look after the cats for me.
Hello, what is later? Can I just ask, is she all right?
2 phone calls, a tape and a ransom note. The police understand this man is to be taken seriously. There is now increasing pressure placed on Kevin Watts. officers start to prepare him for what could be the hardest task of his life.
He had to be sort of trained to buy time. Ask if the voice comes, if he gets to the phone box, ask the question twice, try and buy some time.
As police gear up for a major operation, Stephanie is constantly being pulled through a psychological nightmare. Her attacker switches between compassion and inflicting panic, reminding her she is at the mercy of a hardened criminal.
And I said something and I made him laugh. And after he finished laughing, he said, "Oh, I'm going to have to get rid of that now, aren't I?" And I said, "What's that? Get rid of what? What are you talking about?" And he said, "Over there in the corner, I've got a bin to take your dead body out in." And that kind of scratched the surface, and I could feel all this emotion and this fear and everything. And I reached out for him, and I was saying, "Bob, where are you? Bob, come on, where are you, Bob? You're not going to kill me, are you? Not now." But and I was sort of like, I couldn't really breathe. I couldn't talk because I was in so much fear, and I was crying. The blindfold was soaking wet, and I was reaching for him like a child would reach for a parent.
Tuesday. Stephanie disappeared a week ago, her whereabouts unknown. And all the police have are a number of obscure demands from her kidnapper. Now, he makes contact again.
Hello? Have you got the money? Who's this, please? Never mind. Have you got the money? For tomorrow? For tomorrow? Yeah. Have you got it? I'm getting it, yeah.
When the instructions came into Kevin Watts, that was when it was all systems go.
As officers make sense of the latest message, Stephanie's disappearance is now taking its toll on those closest to her.
Betty had a seizure on the Friday, the first one on the Friday to her heart. They had to fetch the doctor, but it was the start of problems, that was. Stephanie was away.
Stephanie, unaware her mother is in such turmoil, is trying hard to stay positive. So far, she has contained her fear. This man has fed and clothed her for 7 days. She hangs on his word that she will be released. Now, she hears noises in the workshop once more, as her kidnapper returns from the phone call to her boss.
He bought in a mattress, and he also later on bought in a second mattress. So there are two now. I slept on one, and he was to sleep on the other. I've got milk and Kit Kats and crisps and things, so I'm putting them down the middle like a barrier, like, stay away from me, don't touch me sort of thing. Later on that evening, he said to me, how did he put it? If I was to ask you to do what happened on the first night, what would you say? He was referring to the rape. And I said, I'd ask you not to ask that of me, because I don't want to. And he said, that's all right, I just thought I'd ask. Through those 8 days, somehow I'd managed to get some respect from him. It was a tremendous hurdle to get over, but I'd done it.
Each day for Stephanie has been an emotional roller coaster. Her attacker, on the other hand, has made her ordeal part of his daily routine.
It seems totally incredible to me now that I was at the back of the workshop in the coffin and in the box, and he opens up his workshop to members of the public. I can hear him using a till, I can hear him on the phone, chatting to people, laughing with people and having a joke. And I'm at the back, all chained up and locked away, imprisoned.
Her captor runs a small tool repairing shop just yards away. Each day he opens up to regular customers. His wife even drops by with his lunch.
I think, okay, do I scream? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Do I shout for help? But what if he hears me and they don't? He was a man of very few words, but he liked to talk to me. You know, when we sat down and had soup and that, it was weird, it was surreal, because I knew in the back of my head that my life was on the line here, And one wrong move and that's it. But the times that he would give me something to eat or drink, or would pay me a compliment, he even took my photograph once. It was so strange. It's like the table's really turning, but it was because I was compliant. It was because I didn't give him any reason to harm me.
Meanwhile, the pressure is mounting on Stephanie's employer. Kevin Watts has the horrifying responsibility of meeting the kidnappers' demands. The whole operation lies on his shoulders. Neither he nor Stephanie may come out of this alive.
He was happy to do this. I don't know whether he realised until afterwards that the potential, but I know from speaking with him and his wife afterwards, there were a few tears shed that morning when he knew, when he left home, that, it depended on him, possibly, whether Stephanie came back alive.
As Stephanie anxiously waits to see how the day unfolds, her attacker is leading her boss and the police through his carefully constructed game plan.
His first one was at Glossop railway station, where he was told to go to the kiosk inside the entrance to the railway station, and he would receive a phone call. He got there. He then received a message to go to another kiosk, and he's got his instructions to go to a telephone box in an area called Four Lane Ends, which is in the Sheffield area.
As Kevin follows his instructions and heads over the Pennines, he travels deeper into the unknown. The kidnapper wants to shake the police should they be involved, and so far, it's working.
That night, the fog came down. This really upped the ante. That meant Kevin Watts was now behind schedule. He'd been given times when he had to be at the next phone box because the phone would ring. He got to Four Lane Ends, it was late. He's panicking a little bit by this stage. He gets his instructions, which is then to go down this lane nearby. And as he gets to the entrance to the lane, he sees a sign, Shipways, directing him which way to go.
The pressure is now immense. Kevin is behind schedule. No clue of his whereabouts and alone with the kidnapper's ransom. The attacker could pounce at any moment.
He's now isolated. He's in a strange place, down a narrow lane, feeling highly vulnerable. He gets halfway down the lane, and there's a big cone in the middle of the lane. It tells him is to swap the money from one bag to another.
The kidnapper now lies in wait as Kevin follows his final instructions. He lays the money on a wall, unaware there is a 60-foot drop right on the other side. As soon as Kevin is out of earshot, the attacker pounces for his ransom.
Sam's is 60 feet below the bridge. Attached to the wooden tray is a fishing line. The tray stood on sand. Sam's yanks on the fishing line and down tumbles the money. He's on his moped. He's travelled there, he's had his moped in the back of his car. He puts the money into the back of the pannier and off he rides.
Meanwhile, over 50 miles away in Newark, Stephanie now thinks she has been left to die.
That was one hell of a long day. You're talking from 8 o'clock in the morning until 11:30 at night. That's how long I was in there. And you can imagine the panic I was in when he said, I'll be back at 9:30, and he wasn't. Because then you think he's got the money and he's gone.
The kidnapper has successfully fled with £175,000, and the police have no trace on him. Kevin has made the drop, but he has no idea if the attacker now has the money, or if Stephanie is dead or alive.
I thought he'd abandoned me and he'd gone. I tried to commit suicide that night by suffocation because I was so frightened. I just put the blankets that he'd given me in the box in my mouth and over my face and pushed my face into the side of the box.
The money's gone. We haven't got a prisoner and we haven't got Stephanie. You know, everybody was absolutely gutted.
In the distance, Stephanie hears a faint noise. Although behind schedule, her kidnapper has returned.
I shouted at him, "Is that you? Where have you been? Have you got the money? Please, God, get me out of here." After a few minutes of that, he actually came over to the box and opened it and got me out, and I collapsed into his arms. I've never been so weak in all my life, or so frightened.
Remarkably, Stephanie's attacker, true to his word, prepares her for the journey home. All the while, police, colleagues and family have no idea she's about to return.
He said, "I've decided that I'm going to take you home because I don't want anything bad to happen to you." He said, "I was going to give you a knife and put you in a phone box so you could call the police. The knife to protect yourself if anybody came at you." He said, so to make sure that you get home safe, I'm taking you home."
Eight days after her disappearance, Stephanie Slater arrives on her doorstep, alone.
I was ringing the bell, knocking the knocker. The door wasn't answered for ages.
The door started to bang, you see. He said, leave it. And he come down and opened the door, see.
And then, when it was opened, there was a young blonde man stood there on the threshold of the door, looking down at me. He was Mum and Dad's liaison officer. He didn't recognise me.
And there she was standing in front of me.
And he reached over him and he grabbed hold of my top of my coat and pulled me up into the porch.
Stephanie, through her own wit and instinct, saved her own life, and highly admirable is that.
As Stephanie and her family face the country's media glare and take in the enormity of her ordeal, police launch a nationwide hunt to find her kidnapper. A man they believe has also killed 18-year-old Julie Dart and attempted to defraud British Rail, Michael Sams.
We got the information from Stephanie, what she'd remembered. We'd got information from witnesses. We'd got an artist's impression. We'd got witnesses who said it was when they saw him at the house. So all these pieces were put together.
Three weeks after Stephanie's abduction, police appeal for her kidnapper on BBC's Crime Watch.
In a few minutes, you'll hear the voice of the man who kidnapped Stephanie Slater.
Do you want her to give you a password? If you tell me a word, I'll get her to repeat it to say that she's all right.
Yes. Could I have her mother and father's Christian names, please?
A lady called Susan Oakes, an interest in this. She'd been following some of the information that had come out, and they'd started to develop this idea that it might be her ex-husband, Michael Sams. I dispatched the team off. He wasn't in, his wife Tina was there. Said he wouldn't be back till 5 o'clock there. I said, "Oh, it's not urgent." We watched Crime Watch last night. He said he might be getting a visit. They had a nervy 10-minute drive then from Sutton-in-Trent to the Swan and Salmon Yard where Sam's workshop was. And when they walked through the door, they knew, that this was gold.
Mr. Sams, I've got some questions to ask you about Stephanie Slater.
Everything that Stephanie had said about this place, she'd heard the ring, the sound of a dial on the old telephone, the ping of a microwave. Almost immediately confessed to the kidnapping of Stephanie.
Michael Sams was given 4 life sentences in 1993. He was found guilty of blackmailing British Rail, murdering Julie Dart, and Stephanie's kidnap and imprisonment.
Sams is a very sad individual. He's dyslexic. That was part of his downfall, and the spelling mistakes in his letters, which helped us track him down. He's a very bright man, very arrogant, very self-centred. He can't face up to his mistakes.
For years, 50-year-old Sams had been a hard-working husband and father. His brush previously with crime had been for car theft. An illness led to Sams losing a leg, and some said his attitude changed. Indeed, his split personality was a major part of his game plan.
He also tried to frighten me with talk that he had a mate who was in this with him, but his mate apparently was a nasty piece of work, and it was a good job that he wasn't looking after me.
It was the other man who wanted to kill Stephanie. It was the other man who'd murdered Julie Dart. And it was the other man who'd actually tried to extort £200,000 out of British Rail with this brilliant idea that the other man had stolen off him. The other man is an illusion created by Sams.
Stephanie has moved on with her life and fought hard to get over her ordeal. Her mental strength and resilience is testament to how she survived those horrifying 8 days. Her continued courage and determination not to be beaten is an inspiration.
Everything changed from the day she went missing. Why he did rape her, because that did stick in my claw. You know, of course there was no need to. I complied with him all the time, so I ain't got a lot of compassion for him at all. I couldn't care less what happened to him, really. You know, that's it. He can rot. He can rot.
Yes, he was calculating. Yes, he did plan it to a certain extent. But he was no master criminal. At the end of it, he was just lucky. You can analyse him until the cows come home, but it doesn't matter, does it? You know, he doesn't matter. In this world, he doesn't matter.